just assemble so that we can prepare to begin.
We're going to call to order the September 13th, 2021 Committee of the Whole. Good, Maggie?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion from Ms. Coates. Do I have a second?
Second.
And a second from Dr. Frazier. All right, please vote. That motion passes. The next item on the agenda is public comments.
Thank you, Ms. Darby. We did not have any in-person public comments submitted. We did have 50 virtual comments submitted, all of them pertaining, almost all, to masks, either for or against masks. We did have a couple based on ESSER priorities. I'll read a few of them, I guess, as time permits.
Okay, that'd be great.
And I'm going to open up my larger screen. Give me 1 second. So we have the first comment from Heather Figueroa. It's regarding the mask mandate. There can be no keener revelation of a society's soul, Nelson Mandela famously said, than the way in which it treats its children. By that standard, our society now has the soul of an abusive parent. The pandemic has turned American adults, or at least the ones who make the rules, into selfish neurotics who have been punishing innocent children for over a year and still can't restrain themselves. I found several key points in an article that aligned to my beliefs on behalf of the masks, and I couldn't have said it better than this. Schools have isolated students in plexiglass cells and forced them to wear masks in classrooms and on playgrounds. Social distancing and masks hinder learning while harming children emotionally, socially, and physically, all for no purpose other than providing false comfort to adults who ought to know better. The mask mandates are especially cruel to young children. Adults are supposed to ease their fears, to reassure them that monsters aren't hiding under the bed. Instead, we're frightening them into believing they're being stalked by invisible menaces lurking in the air. A year of mask wearing will scar some of them psychologically and maybe physically. 2, according to a team of Italian professors of plastic surgery, who warned the prolonged pressure from the elastic straps could lead to young children with permanently protruding ears. My daughter spent several years going to speech therapy, and to force her to wear a mask would go against everything she worked to accomplish. By hiding teachers' lips and muffling their speech, mask wearing makes it harder for young children to develop linguistic skills and prevent children with hearing impairments from lip reading. Unable to rely on facial cues, teachers and students of all ages are more likely to misinterpret one another, a particularly acute problem for children on the autism spectrum. How are children supposed to develop social skills when they can't see one another's faces, sit together, or play together? Researchers from the University of Witten-Herdecke in Germany have cataloged other problems. They established an online registry for parents to report on the side effects of mask wearing. Among the nearly 18,000 parents who chose to respond, more than half reported that the masks were giving their children headaches and making it difficult for them to concentrate. More than 1/3 cited other side effects: increased reluctance to go to school, unhappiness, malaise, impaired learning, drowsiness, and fatigue. After considering those basic rights were being violated by the mandates for masks and social distancing at her children's schools, the court ordered the schools to end the mandates, declaring that they damaged the mental, physical, and spiritual well-being of students while failing to offer any discernible benefit for the children themselves or for third parties. Masks can be breeding grounds for infections from bacteria, mold, and fungi, which is why the Centers for Disease Control recommend that a cloth mask should be washed with soap and water whenever it gets dirty, or at least daily. The CDC also advises washing your hands anytime you take off the mask and washing your hands again after you put it back on. Pretending that children, or adults for that matter, are dutifully taking all precautions is absurd, yet the CDC nonetheless recommends that everyone older than 2 should wear masks both indoors and outdoors. So far, adult fear-mongering has probably fooled most children into believing that school closures, social distancing, and masks are necessary precautions. But eventually, when the hysteria abets and the facts emerge, they will realize that their year of studying miserably served no more rational purpose than our ancestors' child sacrifices to the gods. As Oscar Wilde said, children begin by loving their parents, and they grow older, they judge them. Sometimes they forgive them. This generation will have much to forgive. The next comment is from Billy Dujmovic regarding the masks. This has obviously been a frustrating time for everyone, but I find it unconscionable at the decision not to hold students accountable for their actions based on your suggested protocols. As you yourself said, masks work when everyone wears them. Allowing students to skirt this is not doing good for anyone. Unless your goal is to return to remote learning, then the decisions you're making seem to be misaligned with the mandates of the US, the community, which sends our children into your schools, whereby we expect a level of protection designed to keep everyone, including you and yourself, safe and healthy. Based on the actions of other communities throughout the United States dealing with similar dysfunctional mental acuity amongst the elected officials who can't seem to understand the difference between someone who can and someone who cannot get a vaccine, it is well within your ability to bypass these arbitrary laws set in place during fervent political divide. Many throughout history have stood up against hegemonic leadership who move far too slowly during emergencies, react based on their selfish need to be reelected, do not act within their beliefs, but rather from their bank accounts. It is your duty as officials to set in place to keep our community safe. It is your duty to make decisions and act in accordance with what is best for your community, and it is your duty to do for us what we cannot, and you are failing. The next comment is from Virginia Carlston. The need for an enforced mandate in our mask mandate in our schools. I have 2 children in the CCSD system. Both of them are under the age of 12 and ineligible for a vaccine. They spent kindergarten and 5th grade in virtual school last year to protect our family from this deadly virus. Mask mandates were in place last year, and statistics have shown that the transmission of the virus was fairly low in schools because of all the safety measures that were put in place, especially masks. At this point, I don't feel as though keeping my children at home would be good for their mental health or for their academic development. It is scary to think that there are people who want to take away those safety measures, and scary that our school board is willing to ignore the science, ignore the health professionals, and bowing to the anger of the misinformed. It is hard to understand how the health and safety of our community and our children have become such political issues. How teaching our children to make a small sacrifice in their comfort in order to keep our community healthy is being called child abuse. What are the consequences if our children get sick? Is that just for the families to bear? How many classrooms will have to get disrupted when one child brings the virus to school? Sending everyone home to quarantine, keeping parents away from their jobs in order to care for their children. The minor discomfort of a handful of children should not affect the lives and health of an entire district. I was proud of our school board when I found out the mask would be mandated, even if only for a short period. But then to see the backpedaling, I just don't understand. Please listen to the experts. Please follow the CDC guidelines. And please ensure that the well-being of our children and our educators will be your top priority. The next comment is by Francis Baylott regarding ESSER funding priorities. I completed the survey that was sent, but I want to make sure that it is very clear. I do not support the use of ESSER funds to hire additional six-figure administrative staff to work from the central office, especially for some flavor of the month privatization scheme, like acceleration or whatever it's called this year. That money needs to be focused in schools and classrooms. Those funds need to go directly into classrooms for increasing ventilation, for high-quality air purifiers, and for KN95 disposable masks to be made available to all students and faculty. Let's assume we'll be dealing with COVID for the next 5 years and do what's needed to make classrooms safe. Ms. Darby, the comments were all of that same nature, so I won't go on if that's fine with you.
Yep.
Thank you.
That is fine. The next item on the agenda is item 3A, Superintendent's Report. And I had a board member ask about a hard copy of the presentation. Obviously, it's in there, and Julie is getting that made. I think we have a couple of staff members who normally do that who are out with family emergency. So, Dr. Postaway?
Thank you. And Maggie, thank you for displaying the slides for us so that everyone can see them. We updated the slides that were in the board documents with the most recent disease activity by county. That's the first slide that you see. And we noticed that Charleston County is still in the high, over 1,200 incidents per 100,000. Our trend in incident rate has gone down to medium, and the percent positive sits at 11.3%. On to the next slide, we look at the COVID positive cases that we have tracked that have been officially reported to us and logged into our system. It's difficult to make a whole lot of sense out of these patterns, except that we know that at the beginning of the week, when we load in the cases from over the weekend, we see a sharp increase. And then what we would hope to see is a decrease for the remainder of the week. But that gives you a picture of where we were last week following the Labor Day weekend. The next slide shows you just a snapshot of a portion of the quarantine dashboard. It's difficult, as you might imagine, to keep this updated. As of today, we've had 1,179 close contacts who are quarantined, but this helps track school by school. As quickly as we can get the information loaded, it's updated at 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. The next slide, we begin to talk about some of the actions that are in process to reinforce COVID safety protocols and to respond to the high level of COVID that's in our community and our schools. When we talk about reinforcing COVID safety protocols, we've pointed out to all of our personnel in the last few days that if students have masks on and are at least 3 feet apart, they will not be required to quarantine unless they are closer than 3 feet for a continual period, for a total period, 15 minutes throughout a 24-hour period. Of course, vaccinated students or adults who have no symptoms don't have to quarantine. We've talked with our principals about doing more to reduce the common traffic areas to the extent feasible, to reduce the traffic in the common areas to the extent feasible. We're doubling down on the sanitizing protocols as well. The second action that we're taking falls under providing better supports to students. So we're in the process of expanding virtual access to all of our classes. We'll probably talk about that later in today's meeting. We've also shortened the quarantine time from 14 days to 10 days in accordance with DHEC guidance. The third area is providing support for teachers. So we're revisiting the stipends for teachers who are willing to open up links for those who are quarantined. And we may be into a position where we need to ask all the teachers to open up quarantine links. And so if we find ourselves in that position, we need to make sure that we're paying stipends to our teachers to do that. We're exploring alternatives for assisting when there are staff shortages. We've, as we did last year, begun moving out personnel from other areas to cover school shortages. Mr. Brigman and his team are using all resources at their disposal to try to make sure that we have adequate coverage in our schools and that we don't have to close any school because of a staffing shortage. although that can happen. The fourth thing we talk about is providing support for school nurses and front office staff. So some additions have been made in the contact tracing department. Mr. Barrowe may talk about that a little bit more after a bit. We still have not come up with good solutions to providing some help for front office staff members whose jobs are increased as they assist with the communications that are required with the number of close contacts and quarantine cases and the communication around all that. Number 5 on the next slide, we're revisiting the criteria for the school virtual decisions for converting a school from in-person to virtual. These new guidelines came out from DHEC last year. If a school district determines that a school simply can't maintain operations, that would probably be because of short staffing. That would be a justifiable reason to recommend going to virtual school. 30% or higher of absenteeism in the school or grade level because of COVID-19. 5 to 10% or higher of the student body in isolation or positive for COVID. And then when the school closure is recommended by the local medical authorities. And I'll briefly mention some other considerations that I know that we've had these things in place, but you may get some questions about them. We are limiting field trips or out of district travel. It doesn't mean it's not occurring, but we're trying to limit it to the extent possible. Very few visitors in the schools, and those are only for special circumstances that have been prearranged. We're asking other groups not to hold events on school properties and dialing back on some of the sorts of celebrations that alumni associations and others might want to have in the fall. And then we're in the process of trying to figure out if we can engage external providers to conduct screenings, because we would like to increase the amount of COVID screening that we're doing, both among students and personnel. We are working actively to try to find adequate sources in order to do that at scale. And then one of the other things we found really helpful is keeping the lines of communication open with principal and teacher representatives. So we've arranged to try to schedule phone calls or Zoom meetings once a week with principal and teacher representatives to hear back directly from them about what they're experiencing and the kinds of assistance they feel would be helpful. And then finally, as was announced this morning, there's an executed partnership with Boeing and the school district to provide funds to MUSC. Reverend Mack might want to say a little bit more about that, but he was the spokesperson for the district this morning at that press conference. Did you want to mention that, Reverend Mack?
So this morning, we had the opportunity of making an announcement of our mental health initiative along with Boeing Wellness Center for Children as well. That initiative where Boeing contribute $1 million, and CCSD was able to match that $1 million to help with the mental issues that are uprising within our district with our students dealing with anxiety, depression, and so forth along. So we're super excited about this initiative that took place on this morning, and we're looking forward to even greater things that will come from this type of resources that will be provided to our students through MUSC professionals. So that is ongoing. That took place on this morning, and we're just looking forward to the outcome from that for our students.
Thank you. So the bottom line is the response to the COVID situation takes just about all of our time and resources. We're not able to execute some of the other work that we would have scheduled to do during this time because it takes all of us to try to make sure that we're responding in ways that are effective and as efficient and as rapid as possible to the needs that we see now and that we anticipate having. Mr. Barrowe, you want to say a little bit more about the operational aspects and add anything that I have left out on the details for the areas you handle?
Thank you. To close out on Dr. Postlewaite's slide, I'll add a couple more comments about nursing services. Last week, we had supplemented the contact tracing crew by 4 to 6 personnel from internal operations staff. That significantly helped Ellen and her team, who have been working around the clock on evaluating our cases. On Sunday, Ellen trained 2 additional full-time contact tracers that are on board. Interviews continue with temporary contact tracers to bring them on board as well. Right now, we're down to cases that were turned in on Friday, so essentially a 2 school day delay. But I do want to point out that when a contact tracing form comes in, the principals are told to obviously make sure that the positive case is out of school right then and there, but also they've identified any direct close contacts, any contacts that they may have picked up right off the bat, and those individuals are quarantined right away. So there isn't a delay on what is known when it comes in. Some of the delay I'll point out is getting the report. We have a lot of talk in the community before reports are turned in. That report gets turned into the school. They have to do the initial questioning. That goes into the contact tracing crew. It's evaluated by the Director of Nurses Services team. It gets added to the database. Individuals are contacted again. It gets posted on the scoreboard. So there is a time lag depending upon when that parent turns the report in, moving on through the school staff, onto Ellen Nitz's staff, and onto the communications department for that scoreboard posting. So I just wanted to point that out, that there is some time lag in that entire process. But the minute our principals know there's a case, that individual is out of school, and the immediate close contacts are notified as well. Moving on to a couple of other things in other departments from our facility management department, the HVAC situation. Right now, we only have 2 schools with 3 classrooms that didn't have adequate air conditioning from the permanent units. And in both of those schools, we have temporary units providing cool air as well as air purifying units. So if we are unable to do that, my point here is that classes will be moved. If we ever get into a situation where we have a school-wide problem, we would close a school if we don't have adequate airflow. We have several schools with building-wide issues that are being worked on a daily basis, but right now I do not feel that any of them are in a position where we can say that they are not providing, they're not providing adequate refreshed air and adequate cool air at this point. Obviously, as you know, all living in residential units, there isn't a day I drive home where I don't see an air conditioning truck parked outside somebody's house. We're still in the heat of the summer, even though it's mid-September, and we expect problems to continue, but we're very confident with the staff that we have on board now, and we believe that we're past the peak season with that. From a custodial perspective, we're at 87% manned across the 3 contracting firms that we have. We had 1 school with a night crew that was out for quarantine. That created a problem with staffing at that school. We have a QA staff that checks in with our schools. Principals can always report issues to us, and we'll immediately respond and take a look at those. But we don't have quality control in every school. We have not staffed that to that level. We rely heavily on the contractors doing their quality control, and any reports that come back to us checking into those. But again, I feel very confident we're in real good shape right there. Nutrition services, we've got 41 vacancies. We've had to send our front office staff out to help in our cafeterias, but 32 employees are pending clearance right now, and we hope to get most of those employees on board to immediately cut that problem significantly. And we are still holding weekly job fairs for nutrition services with the help of human resources. Transportation, this one came on us suddenly. We now have 26 vacancies for our 393 routes. In addition to those that might call in sick or out for COVID, those 26 vacancies are causing us a problem. That's a 6.7% vacancy rate. We're doing a number of things to try to alleviate that problem. One is we're doing a deep dive into optimizing routes. We might be able to eliminate a few routes that have very few children on them. That'll free up some drivers. We're also looking into using passenger vans for bus routes that only transport 2, 3, 4 kids from different locations. That would allow us to not need a CDL driver to run those passenger vans. We've also taken another run at CARTA. We've done that once already. We might be able to overlay on some of their routes for our magnet schools. We would have to come back to the board just so that you all are in agreement with it, because it could involve middle school students being on CARTA buses. We can't get CARTA buses privately. We can't just take a CARTA bus and have it run. They don't have drivers. They have a driver shortage as well. So we have to overlay on their routes. But there may be some ability to allow some of our magnet schools to ride on a CARTA route, but we would all have to acknowledge that there will be public on that bus. It wouldn't be a private school route. So that's being worked real hard as well. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you. Switching gears for just a moment on the next slide, we would like to invite Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Broey to introduce their new executive team members who are joining us. Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you, Dr. Postaway. So it's with pleasure that I introduce to the school board and to the public and to the staff, two new staff members for the finance division. The first one is Shauna Williams.
Hi, everyone. I'm very happy to be here.
So Shauna is filling the newly created deputy CFO position. Today is her first day on the job. Just a little bit of background about Shauna. First of all, she used to be with Baltimore City Public Schools in their finance department when I was there. She was a budget director, as well as ran a lot of the strategies that we were involved in. But she has a very varied background, including corporate, the federal government, international work. She spent time managing the finances of the Achievement First Network, which is based out of New York City, with schools in New York City, Providence, Rhode Island, and New Haven, Connecticut. And then also she worked for the city of Baltimore, running the finances for their Public Works Department, which is a huge operation for that city. And most recently, before being recruited for this position, she was the CFO for the Baltimore City Community College. So her background is very broad. Her expertise is very deep, and I'm excited to have her on board. And the last thing I'll say about Shauna is that her passion for ensuring our children are educated mirrors mine. So welcome, Shauna. And then the next person is Brandy Blake.
Hi, everyone. I'm so excited to be here and ready to get to work.
So Brandy is the new Executive Director of Intercultural Organizational Development. So the board approved Shauna's position, the Deputy CFO position, on June 28th, I think it was this year. So you can see we acted very quickly. The board approved this position for Brandy, that one that she's filling back in, I think it's like almost 2 years ago. And so it took us a while to get there. And the reason why it took us there, because we're very deliberate on the type of person that we wanted to fill the role. We had to have someone who has expertise in this field of cultural competency, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so she has that in two K-12, higher education settings, most recently with George Mason University out of Fairfax, Virginia, in their diversity, equity, and inclusion program, working around cultural issues around with the students there in that system. And so we wanted to make sure we had someone with that background, because those of us who were operating the cultural competency work here, we were relying on our own research versus our expertise in this field. And the second criteria that we were looking for was someone who has understanding of the local culture. So it proved to be very difficult to recruit for those two components. Although Brandy's come here from Virginia, she's from Somerville. She grew up there. Her family is there. She attended Somerville High School, as well as she's a graduate of South Carolina State University. So I'm proud to have Brandy on board also.
All right. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Jasmine Shaw. She's with us by Zoom today. as our new Executive Director for Capital Programs. Jasmine, you there? There she is right there. Jasmine is a graduate of Clemson University. She is a professional engineer in the state of South Carolina. Her undergrad was in chemical engineering, her PE is in mechanical. I can tell you personally, I know that those are the toughest two that you could possibly get. And she did survive and succeed with those two significant accomplishments. She's been in the construction industry for 13 years. She comes to us from the Office of School Facilities, where she was responsible for managing and watching and inspecting and approving the schools that came online across the entire state of South Carolina, 81 school districts in which she had projects. Over 400 projects were turned over in her time at OSF. Prior to that, she was with Georgia Power. She managed a $26 billion project as a nuclear development site lead. And I'll add that we got a package deal with this because her husband, Jermaine, is now a nutrition services officer, and she's got a daughter in one of our schools. So we got 3 for 1 with bringing Jasmine on board.
Thank you so much.
And with that, we'll move into the next part of the superintendent's update, which is looking at the ESSER funding, giving you an update and a recommendation for action. Mr. Hamer?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Mr. Chairman, members of the board. The purpose of this brief is to discuss with you a recommendation to address some indoor air quality and some health protocol issues that are associated with our ESSER 3 package. If you recall, last month, I briefed you on this high-level budget that we developed for our ESSER 3 application, which we did submit on August the 24th. I just wanted to point out that these show the priorities of work that we wanted to use the ESSER funds initially for, or the majority of the funds for. Highlighted in green are those items that not only address the stakeholder input that we've got, but address those key priorities with learning loss. If you look down in the bottom, there are some items that address health protocol as well as indoor air quality. And I'd like to discuss that just a little bit this afternoon. Next slide, please. So bottom line up front, almost up front, we addressed indoor air quality within our overall plan that I briefed last month. We're still working on developing our more comprehensive overarching ESSER 3 plan, and that has really begun in earnest. We've started developing some specific goals that we want to achieve with that plan, as well as taking in some input from some community-based organizations. As a matter of fact, we formalized that late last week by developing an application for community-based organizations to submit plans for partnerships with CCSD, and that's posted on our website, and we're also doing some more outreach this week. But within that plan, within the overarching plan, was $26 million associated with various activities associated with the indoor air quality, as well as health and cleanliness protocols. And so this is a proposal or discussion to start addressing those this calendar year. Next slide. So as I said, we're still developing an overall plan that we briefed on the 23rd and that we submitted. And as you just heard from Mr. Baroy, although no school-wide systems fall outside indoor air quality, a small amount of our funds, which we discussed and got approval in terms of the priorities, can address those indoor air qualities sooner rather than later. There's also, as I said, in addition to indoor air quality, health protocol, things like buying PPE, additional HEPA units, disinfectant foggers, and so forth, I think are appropriate to address before that final plan is presented to you. The total of those categories, as you saw on the first slide, is $26 million over the 3 years, which represents about 16% of our overall ESSER budget. So I recommend we draw on that sometime this calendar year or by the end of this calendar year and start designing and planning and implementing some of those indoor air quality and health protocol activities. As you know, HVAC projects are fairly complex. The window of opportunity that you have to take schools and facilities offline is relatively short. Certainly there's an extensive testing and balancing period after that. And I guess one of the concerns that I want to make sure we address is over this period of time, I think the earlier we can begin executing some of the projects or some of the activities that we previously approved it puts us in a better position to execute all the money within the time frame that it's available to us. And that's why I recommend we start using some of those indoor air quality and health protocol activities by the end of the year. The last two slides, because I know these items, the specifics of where these projects will go and the specific districts and the specific schools is important. I just want to remind you all of the slides that I presented. I think the first time that I talked about how we would talk about ESSER funds, not only to ourselves, but to the community. And just to remind you, these are ways that we plan to lay out so you can see specific programs in specific constituent districts and specific programs by schools. Next slide. And so as we go through this process from here on out, as we put money towards specific schools and specific districts, and for whatever program, whether it's indoor air quality or technical education technology or mental wellness projects, you'll be able to see exactly where the money is going and compare it to other projects throughout the districts. Pending your questions, that's all I have for you on this topic.
That concludes the superintendent's update. Reverend Mack, there is action recommended on Mr. Hamer's item.
Do we have any questions?
Sorry.
Like, yes, I think maybe you misspoke, but when you mentioned earlier, we had 1,179 close contacts in quarantine. That doesn't appear to be what was reported. That's under the number that was reported last week. And I think there's over 1,500 right now on the dashboard.
Mr. Brewer, you want to respond to that? That's a couple hours, that information is
Well,
a couple
while we're
hours.
waiting, I could go take a look at exactly what we're talking about.
Okay.
here. So this is a difference between the dashboard.
The
And-
number of contacts in quarantine, at the end of last week, it was approaching 2,000 and now it says 1,545, but
So
earlier.
there's two things to just be aware of in the terms. A close contact always is in a quarantine. A close contact could be vaccinated and then they don't become quarantined. So there is a nuance in the two different numbers. I'll go back and take a look at the dashboard and see where we stand. But it was an opportunity for me to point that out to everyone, that those two terms are not
Okay.
necessarily the same, close contact and quarantine.
Right, but then, okay, I understand, but the numbers on the dashboard are higher than what was reported. But maybe you were only including close contacts. I'm just confused. by
I was
what you
just looking at an email that came across my desk about an hour before I came into this meeting.
Okay, so a different question. You said you're looking into providers for COVID screening testing, and doesn't DHEC provide that support? And could we use that while you're investigating the other resources?
We're actually looking at the providers that DHEC recommended. Mr. Brewer, you want to speak to
Yes,
that?
ma'am.
Okay,
That's exactly right. I've already had one meeting with one of the DHEC authorized providers, and they're under a federal contract. The challenge with a lot of them is they'll provide us the materials, but not the staffing. That's one of the biggest challenges we have with any of that. And I can go back and answer the question that you had asked. The information that Dr. Postaway passed along was those that are currently quarantined. So the total that's on the dashboard doesn't necessarily reflect who is still out in quarantine. It reflects the total amount quarantined. So Dr. Postaway's number was lower because that's the number of the kids that are currently quarantined. They're out today.
so on the dashboard, each day is saying this is how many are quarantined today, not how many became quarantined on this date.
No, it is reflective of who's quarantined today, but a previous quarantine may already have been out and they only stay on the dashboard 2, 3, 4 days. They're not out for a 10 to 14 day period because they've already had some of those days by the time they were identified. So just looking at the dashboard, you can't add up all the totals and say that's how many kids are quarantined today, because some of them are dropping off during that 2-week period.
Okay, I guess I thought that the report was to say, today we added this many people into quarantine on the dashboard. And so the number she's reporting is just how many we have in quarantine today.
Correct.
It just seems remarkable that we could have so many go into quarantine last week and they would already, some of them be off.
Correct. That does happen though, because a lot of them, when they're identified for quarantine, they've already experienced some number of days already of quarantine. So the
Okay.
ones we identified today don't automatically have 10 days to 14 days left.
Got it. Okay.
Uh,
All right. I think I understand. Thank you.
All right, do you have any other questions of the superintendent's report? Ms. Coakley?
Yes, sir. In reference to the transportation, I think if I recall back, we had a meeting in reference to someone that was actually trying to contract out the passenger vans and not having CDLs, and we didn't think that was a good idea. And the CARTA thing, I know, going on CARTA as a parent, I wouldn't feel real comfortable with my kids doing that. So can think in terms of optimizing, can we look for something that's a little more safer and not so putting our young children with the public?
Yes,
If we
ma'am.
can do that, like more reconsiderations on that.
And understand, Ms. Coakley, we certainly wouldn't consider Carter for anybody less than middle school. And we could potentially just look at high school, but that would limit us to the magnet schools that only have high school kids on them, which is essentially early college high school. That's the only one that only has 9th through 12th grade. So if the board just wanted to limit this to Carter to high school kids, we would have to have another option for the middle school kids that go to the Bonds Wilson campus from School of the Arts, that go to Military Magnet, those 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. And that would just leave us with early college high school as a potential for that option. Right now, the vans and Carter are only two options at this point. If there are any other ideas, we'll certainly evaluate them. Our big concern now is to make sure we don't lose any of our drivers to other districts. So we're playing defense as well as offense and try to improve our situation.
One more question. You said options. You said that the only two options that we have are the only two options that we've considered, or the only two that we've thought of as of right now?
Those are the only two that are actively being pursued, with the exception of having our two service providers, primarily for student, enhance their recruiting programs to bring more drivers in. But that's not an immediate fix. To bring a driver in that doesn't have a CDL is a significant training period. So the third piece of that is to make sure that First Student is doing whatever they possibly can to get drivers on board.
Dr. Frazier and then Cindy.
Thank you. Dr. Postlewaite, I'm looking at your other considerations when you say limit events on school property. Would that include open house, or could you explain that a little bit further for me?
Yes, special events have to be considered on a case-by-case basis. I think we're through most of the open houses, but it might include a community group that has always held an event at school or in conjunction with the school, a homecoming event, for example. Those things all have to be considered on a case-by-case basis, depending on the sort of social interaction that's planned and whether it's indoors or outdoors. How much additional security it would take, whether people are willing to abide by the COVID safety protocols. There are just a lot of things that have to be considered, but we are trying to limit the exposure on our school grounds.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Mr. Barori, thank you for expanding your staff. And when I first came aboard, I discussed and talked with you about adding diversity to your staff. So I just want to thank you, and I welcome the new staff member. And I just wanted to say that I think that it's illegal to transport children in passenger van. I think it's Jacob's Law. So would you check that out?
Yes, ma'am.
before you
We're
move forward?
well aware of Jacob's Law, great point. And we're making sure that we're within Jacob's Law if we end up using passenger vans.
Thank you.
To give you one example, we do have a magnet bus that has one child on it. So we clearly want to make a different decision with that bus and make sure we get that student to school on time safely, but take advantage of a driver with a CDL on a route that is going to help us bring more kids to school.
But are we breaking the law?
Oh, no, man. We wouldn't. I'm fully aware of Jacob's Law, and we will make sure we are in compliance with Jacob's Law. Very important law.
Thank you so very much. My next question is, can we draw on the ESSER funds prior to approval? And will we be requesting RFQs for the IEQ projects?
So yes, ma'am, we can draw on those funds. As I mentioned when I briefed last time, part of the ESSER funds have already been approved and granted to us. That happened whenever we were first given the funds back in the spring. So we would spend on those funds and then ask for a reimbursement. And so we are in a position to do that. I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear your second question though.
Are we doing RFQs for the IEQ projects? Request for proposal.
Oh, yes. That process of how you would find vendors and contractors to construct the projects, is that your question?
For the air quality.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. That is the process. I'll ask Mr. Burrow to talk a little bit more about how his team does that.
Yes, ma'am. The first thing we would look at is to see if any small minority businesses are qualified to complete this work, and we would look to negotiate with them directly. If we don't, we would either go through a request for proposal process and open the competition, or look at our standing contracts that are in place, which already have contracts awarded, and we allow a small number of contractors to compete against each other. So there's three real options. One is small minority business direct negotiation. The second would be existing contractors that we are authorized to compete, or open it up full RFP if we had to. So that's the direction we would approach with all of the projects that are listed.
Okay, and is that online? That process is online, Mr. Brooks?
I'd have to go take a look and see what procurement has on their website. I don't know off the top of my head.
We're good? Okay,
Thank you.
Ms. Coates?
Thank you. So on the very first statement that you said, Dr. Postaway, mask worn and 3 feet equals no quarantine. Is that for unvaccinated, or we are still quarantining unvaccinated?
For children, for students, if they have a mask on and they're within 3 feet of one another, they do not have to be quarantined. A quarantined student, a vaccinated student is not subject to quarantine if they're not exhibiting any symptoms.
Wearing masks is a way to not have to quarantine. if
Wearing
you're not
masks would
vaccinated.
absolutely reduce the number of students who are having to be quarantined.
Thank you. And the Boeing and MUSC partner, I guess it's always good to have a chairperson that works for MUSC. Thank you very much, sir. We have the FY22 funding to expand mental health services, and we have a large portion of that money in our ESSER 3. And I know when you get state funding, you can't supplant, but what's the turnaround time on this funding? And is it going to be used to put an additional layer on this school year of people and services? Or, I'm always looking for ways to pull money out of other things to put back into classrooms. Can it be supplanted?
We were recommending using some of the mental health funds that you'd already set aside in your ESSER 3 budget for this purpose. And Dr. Key addressed this morning what they'll be able to do. I didn't hear her say how quickly they'll be able to execute, but she had someone with her who's head of the program, and the impression we had was that they will get started right away this school year.
Janice Key? Dr.
Yes,
Janice, yeah, okay.
yes.
And then, Mr. Hamer, the draw request is for 26 million. We have the 16 million line item. Where's the other 10? What line item is that coming from?
Well, ma'am, I set up to 26 million. So the line item for indoor air quality, the line item for facility repairs and improvements, which themselves would be connected with indoor air quality projects. Some of them involve roof repairs and so forth. And then the developing and implementing of public health protocols. And again, those are cleaning items, sanitation items, additional day porters, and that type of thing.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Are there any other questions? Dr. French?
I was just checking back when you're talking about some of the capacity issues, and one of the things I wondered about. So if we're talking about 87% for our cleaning staff and cleaning support through our contractors, the issue that I get concerned about is, are we just going to try to get more productivity out of those people? Or are we going to recognize the fact that this job is more than your usual disinfecting because of COVID? We're doing, they're doing more cleaning every day. They're working harder. And I know a lot of these people are working very hard. And I also noticed that you were saying that you want to find some alternatives for assists when there's staffing shortages for teachers. I'm hoping that we can do more to protect their planning time and their breaks so that they don't get so completely burned out during this time. Thank you.
So Dr. Postman, I can address the custodial portion. So last year, when we went into COVID, the board approved the increase in cleaning levels for our schools that has been maintained since. So we increased the number of personnel that were in our cleaning crews to start with. So when we talk about work that's being done now, the contractors have already been paid to staff up to that level. So that's of significant benefit. We're not talking about doing the same level of detailed cleaning the bathrooms twice a day, doing all the touch surfaces twice a day, the fogging 20% every school. That's being done with an increase in staffing that was approved by the board last year and funded. So I think that we're in pretty good shape with that because again, it's from a different denominator that we're maintaining that standard. We obviously, like every other department, we have to keep a close eye on morale of our employees, the well-being of our employees, because just like our students, we've had a number go out with being COVID positive or having a quarantine. So we're hopeful that the downturn in the Delta variant will make somewhat of a difference for us. But we're also, all of these organizations are continuing to work hard to hire people to fill the vacancies.
Dr. Frazier?
Yes. Mr. Brewer, what is a virtual school lunch? And I have one other question.
I'm sorry for the way that's worded. It means we've got school lunch and breakfast for those that are in virtual or those that are quarantined. So I just tried to shorten up my verbiage there. But any child that's out of school can pick up lunch and breakfast for the following day at a designated school site. In many cases, it's the school has gone virtual. So we've got 7 schools in virtual right now. Or again, it's for those that their class may have been quarantined and they can pick up at a neighborhood school those daily meals.
Dr. Postlewaite, do we have any idea how we're going to collaborate with MUSC, how that mental health support is going to look, or is that something you will report back to the board with?
It goes through the partnership that we've already established with Dr. Janice Key. She talked about training for teachers and direct support for students.
So will we have any mental health counselors coming on campuses or students going to MUSC? Would that be a part of that?
Dr. Key, I did not hear that level of detail this morning in the planning. The grant was just announced this morning. Reverend Mack.
So again, just like what Dr. Postwood just indicated, that she did not go into that specific details, but I'm sure that as we move forward, that in this partnership and also with the layout, that the type of services will be provided, but definitely training for our teachers and aiding in this type of services to our students.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Ms. Copeland?
Just a quick question and a comment, please. How many, the number of sanitizing, I guess, contractors, how many do we have, Mr. Baroli? Is it just one contractor? And because you said you increased personnel, did you increase the number of people that we had or number of contractors that we are contracting out?
This is for contract tracing?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. So we have our 6 nurse liaisons and Director Ellen Nitz. So we have 7 that are doing contract tracing most of the day. We've supplemented that with between 4 and 6 of our own personnel out of operations on a daily basis. And then Ellen hired 2 more over the weekend.
I'm sorry, not contract tracing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The sanitizing, people that are the personnel that we're having sanitizing. Do we have just one company that you contract out to sanitize?
So we have three companies that have split the schools around the district. Those companies are responsible for all of the cleaning within that school. So it's the daytime cleaning and the nighttime cleaning, including the fogging in the evening. So if we know there's a problem at a particular school, we know it's one contractor that we have to deal with to ensure that they take care of the issue. So there isn't we don't have to deal with, hey, was this a daytime responsibility or a nighttime responsibility? We go to the company and say, it's your responsibility. Make sure it gets taken care of. So it does make it a little bit easier on the district staff to pinpoint the issue.
Thank you. And my comment was just, I hope y'all got it. I actually sent something off to you guys in reference to the fact that I've been looking for ways to help my own kid even before I got on the school board. So my place, there was 2 doctors that I actually did a Zoom call. There's a quote that they came up with in reference to services that they're willing to offer. Representation matters. So to know that when I saw it this morning with MUSC and to know that that's something that I offered, I hope that's a contract that you guys will actually take into consideration that will be willing. And they already have it written up in terms of services that they're willing to offer and to who in that piece of paper. Since with MUSC, we don't know what the services look like right now. That email that I sent you all is a layout and it has an idea of what the services could look like and who they could actually benefit. So I hope that's something that you all would look at for me, please, and thank you.
Yes, ma'am. We
So
refer
let me
to
just
Mr.
dive in right quick. Just for Ms. Coakley and for staff. So we have not engaged in any type of services or any contract with anyone for services. So we do have a protocol for that, procurement, so forth down the line. So anything along those lines, we just need to make sure that we're channeling those type of services to our procurement department to handle anything within that realm. I do know that from time to time, you will have people reach out to you, board members, as far as services or areas of improvement for the district, but we are not to engage into any type of agreement or anything along those lines as far as businesses are concerned. We are to make sure those are referred to our procurement department so that they can handle and process those things effectively.
And I just want to say it wasn't engaging me personally. It was just, when I say engagement conversation, it was just, actually it was in reference to the ESSER funding part. They were asking about ESSER. And so that's actually what it was. It wasn't just a sit down conversation. And so thinking that we were in the process of addressing learning loss with ESSER funding, that's why it came across and that's why I sent it over. So it wasn't just and now that I know how to go forward with it, but again, that's why it was brought that way because of ESSER.
So thank you for that. And also, even if those requests that come in for the ESSER funding, there will be an RFP that will be going out in reference to that for vendors for those particular services to submit those types of requests. So even though they may try to channel those things through board members, we will have a process for those requests to go through so that we can make sure that we are free and clear of those proposals that are coming through as well. So that's just, thank you for Ms. Coakley for bringing that up so that we can clear that matter up. All right.
Okay, we do have an action item here on the ESSER 3 funds expenditure. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the draw is requested.
Okay, we have a motion from Ms. Coates. Do we have a second?
Second.
A second from Ms. Green. Any additional comments or questions? All right, please vote. Okay, that motion passes. Next on the agenda is the Strategic Education Committee. Ms. Herderick.
Thank you, Ms. Darby. We have 3 information items on the strategic education agenda today. The first up is student readiness, Ms. Simmons and Dr. Williams.
Thank you, Ms. Hedrick. Good afternoon, Reverend Matt, Waters, the entire board, our viewing audience. Ahead of the data dive that you will hear in just a moment into the newly released achievement indicators, Dr. Williams and I prepared a very brief segment to set the stage, if you will, into how we intend to keep the board abreast and informed of school level progress moving forward. In the coming months, we plan to carve out time during Committee of the Whole to invite building level leaders so that they can shine a spotlight, illuminate at the building level, the key indicators, the key levers and strategies that's pushing and moving improvements at the school level. So for today's purposes, we thought it prudent to frame for the board, set context for the board, where we've been in the most recent past, where we stand currently with the state of schools and progress, and then what our intentions and our plans and goals are moving forward. Actually, Maggie? Different. Thank you. There we go. If you could advance. And so from the district office to the student desk, our purview, our priority, our focus is on keeping that readiness promise through Achieve Charleston for every student at every level, in every classroom, every grade, in each school, for more and more students moving forward. We believe that road to readiness in Charleston County School District can be captured or outlined in 3 distinct categories that's outlined for you. We want to shine a spotlight on where we stood in the fall of 2019. The strides, the progress, and the improvements that we were making right before the pandemic hit. And then take a moment to acknowledge where we are right now, from the onset of the pandemic in spring of 2020 until now, the state of the schools, and of course, moving forward with Achieve Charleston.
So great day, everyone. Can you all hear me? All right, so as Ms. Simmons alluded to, our focus this year is we want to highlight moments in time as it relates to our data, and then we're going to conclude with what our next steps are. So we truly believe we need to embrace the fact that in order for us to move forward, I guess in the words of Clint Eastwood, we have to, embrace the good, the bad, and the ugly. So that's what we're prepared to do. So when we look at this first slide, this is the pre-pandemic data, and this is like a more of a high-level overview of our school report card ratings in 2019. And this pre-pandemic data piece is the fall of 2019. And as you can see, we improved our South Carolina report card ratings. If you can look down, you can see that as far as excellence concerned, that's the highest category. We had 27% of our schools falling in that category. The next category is good. We had 16% of our schools falling in that category. And then we have average, we had 27%. And then we have below average 27%, and then unsatisfactory 3%. We'd like to highlight that in 2018, we had 14 schools that were in the unsat category. And as you see in 2019, we had only 3%. We'd also like for you all to know that this includes all of our schools in CCSD. So our low poverty, high poverty, all of our schools, we're very proud of this. And also a fun fact is I think I have on the same suit in that picture, but I'm not sure because I can't see that. Next slide, please. So now that we've spoken about some high level data as it relates to school report cards, we want to dig a little bit deeper. So what we have here is we have some data from our elementary, our middle, and our high schools. And this slide right here focuses specifically on our elementary and our middle. And as you can see, we had increased performance on our SC Ready, like I said earlier, and the stuff at top we've kind of already gone over. And we also have our scholars in our system scoring really high as it relates to achievement and growth on the MAP test. So we would like to highlight that. Next slide, please. When we look at some of our high school data, our schools did really well as it relates to SAT and really performing or exceeding the state and the nation for SAT. And also the same applies for our AP test that we had during that time. We also had increased our graduation rates. And also we had a higher number of scholars that were leaving our system that were college and career ready.
Because you have this information both in board docs and in hard copy, I won't spend time talking by item, but just kind of lift up the highlights for each slide. So from the onset of the pandemic until now, we have definitely experienced staggering challenges as well as promising progress. But even during the height of the pandemic, elementary schools particularly showed progress in both growth and achievement indicators. Admittedly, the readiness gap or gaps that exist between groups of students, that still remains. So across the system, approximately 60% of our students are performing above the national average, which is the 50th percentile. And we still have a substantial, sizable 40% who's below that national percentile. So I think it's important to note on this particular slide, though, that across CCSD, our schools are showing solid, promising growth signals. Note that when we look at our schools and compare them to similar schools, the vast majority of CCSD schools are at the higher level of growth. And you'll see it in the slides that Buffy Roberts and Ms. Belcher go over in a bit. Growth for almost all schools is above average or accelerated in some regards for both reading and mathematics as compared to growth in similarly situated schools, I should say. So continuing with this state of where we stand right now, on this slide, I'd like to call out that our minority students, the graduation rates have improved. We see an increase for both our African-American and Hispanic students graduating on time. That's tremendous. And then for me, this final slide that I'll cover today, we want to call out that CCSD ranked number 3 in the state of South Carolina. African-American students are showing substantial increases in the percentage of advanced placement exams with scores of 3 or higher at the rate of 14.7 percentage points.
All right, so now that we've looked at some data through windows of time, of course, the burning question is, what are next steps? So as we think about Achieve Charleston, we think about ensuring that every single scholar who leaves our system has the skills to enter college, enter a career, or join the military, whatever it is that they'd like to do. In the past, we have focused on growth, and we know that over time, growth actually will lead to proficiency, but we've never really had an intentional focus on where our scholars are as it relates to college and career readiness. So that will be our intentional focus this year. We're looking at readiness bands more intentionally for our scholars, those who are in the not yet ready bands, and those who are, to be quite transparent with you, always been in the not yet ready bands. So, next slide, please. All righty, so going back to our whole theme at the beginning of our presentation, we grow together. So we have this whole concept about thinking about the sense of ownership and person for everyone at every level. This looks like you all, the board with Achieve Charleston, coming down to us, the district support staff, going down to principals in schools, going down to every individual classroom with our teachers, and also our community, our parents, and our stakeholders. Every one of us holding a piece to the puzzle that ensures that if we put them together and we do it right, we will ensure that all of our kids leave our system college and career ready. Next slide, please. So with that being said, we wanted to close out with this quote. Growth is never by mere chance. It is a result of forces working together. If we truly intend to make a difference in the lives of our scholars, we all have to work together and grow together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What questions do we have?
One.
Frank?
It says that none of the 14 schools were rated unsatisfactory. So does that mean that there are 3 new schools?
Yes, Ms. Green. So this is based on our most valid recent report card of 2019. All 14 moved up a level and 3 schools did happen to fall in that category. 3 new ones who weren't there previously. That's correct.
Reverend Mack.
So my only question goes back to the very first chart on the overall ratings of the schools. So my question then becomes being the fact that we've already identified the below average and the unsatisfactory schools as well. So my question is, how do we take those 27 schools and identify or to apply the Achieve Charleston concept to it, to bring those schools to average, good, or excellent?
So like we said, over time, you know, in the past, we've looked at growth. So what we're proposing and what we're going to do right now, Reverend Mack and board, is we're going to focus on those scholars. If you look at that chart that we put in there, it had some different readiness bands. It had not yet, on track, or on pace, and then outpacing. Okay, our goal is to focus on those kids who are on that not yet ready band. That's something, and not just focusing on them to see where they are as it relates to college and career readiness. That's something that we haven't been intentional about in the past, and that's what we want to focus on.
Yeah. So I think it's one more question. I think it's a great opportunity to use that concept along with the ESSER component of reaching down to those kids that have falling within that waistband of not to being at the level to where they need to be, and going beyond the four walls of the building, right? And extending even further to giving the resources where it's needed. I think there's more to than to just a student coming to school every day. I think there are some readiness, preparedness that needs to happen before they get to the school that will help maximize the learning curve once they get into our building. So I think this is where, you know, we can extend beyond, and I don't know the in-depths of where we are with this percentage below average and unsatisfactory, what's causing or driving that, but I'm just using it as an example of an area that we can look into when we look at the Achieve Charleston holistically on how we can maximize reaching the totality of the student and just not when they come into our buildings. Am I making sense?
We agree
Yes, sir.
with you, Reverend Matt.
Okay, all right.
We agree.
Okay.
We agree with you.
Can't see behind that mask.
We do not believe we can teach, instruct, support students in isolation. We have to serve families, entire families. And so.
And that's that
yes.
whole piece about us all having a piece to the puzzle in order for us to grow.
Okay, all right. Keep driving that, so I just want to throw that out there now. All right.
Dr. Frazier?
Yes, I'm interested in the disparities. Do you have anywhere in your information what schools are falling in the excellent and the unsatisfactory, so that we can actually see as a board what schools and where they are? Is that something that we can get from you?
Yes, ma'am, you have it available. The last presentation we did midsummer, all of the schools, where they fall according to their poverty index, poverty band, where they're achieving at high levels, where they're growing at high levels, and then where they're struggling. So you should have that available to you. Now, this information right here, pre-pandemic information, not as readily available in terms of, we want you to be able to see for sure the history, the most recent history, but also where they stand today. And that's what I don't believe you were at that particular board meeting, but you should be able to access it in board docs. And if you can't, we'll be happy to get it to you.
Thank you. I certainly will appreciate it, because I was just looking at some SC ready information and comparing those numbers, and it did not look good between the races. So I'm very interested in the disparities and how we're going to bridge that gap.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Coates?
So, and I think Reverend Matt kind of touched on it, but we've had this ESSER presentation, and clearly we need to get started, and there's a lot of work up front and infrastructure work being done. And the same with this presentation, we're really digging in and diving in and starting the work. So I guess my question is, what is the sense of urgency to get the Achieve Charleston staff on board so that they're not coming in behind the curve so that that coordination that the Achieve Charleston plan created is involving that person and those persons from the very beginning. So what's the sense of urgency of getting that staff on board? The board has approved it. Is there another holdup to the ability to fill the position?
No, that job descriptions are developed in draft and ready to move forward just as quickly as we can get through some COVID urgencies to do that. They're sitting there waiting.
Any additional questions? I just have one question. For the intentional focus areas, are we able to put a name to those levers kind of that we're pulling in reference to Reverend Mack's question, mental health, after school programs, whatever it may be, ELA curriculum, just so we're looking at how to track those?
Absolutely. So we have the big levers system-wide, but that's why we kind of wanted to queue up,
Okay.
set up what we expect to have in the next several months, principals coming, for you to hear from the practitioner themselves. What are those strategies? What are those big rocks? Those things they believe make an impact at the schoolhouse. And so you'll hear directly from principals in subsequent months.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
And I'll add to that, what we've seen in some of our schools is really great success. I like to relate it to like baking a cake. And when you bake a cake, sometimes it turns out really well and sometimes it doesn't. So we're really trying to figure out how much of too many things do we have in the cake, or do we have too many of this or too many of that? And what do we need to add specifically to make things just work out perfectly in our schools? So that's the approach we're taking, kind of seeing where people are doing really great jobs, kind of pulling from that information and just building upon it.
Great. Thank you so much. Next up, focus on student achievement. That is also that's Ms. Roberts, Dr. Williams, Ms. Simmons.
Yes. Thank you very much, Ms. Hedrick. And I should have given a larger view. We've got 3 presentations. Ms. Simmons and Dr. Williams are giving the overview of where we've been and where we're going, and our desire to share more at the school level about what's happening. Since I know many of you believe, and as do I, that's where the rubber meets the road in terms of student achievement. So we aim to present at the principal level moving forward within the Strategic Education Committee. Ms. Roberts and I are going to highlight the additional achievement data that's now unembargoed, which, as Dr. Frazier alluded to, includes the SC Ready data, SAT data, high school end of course data, and the student report card data. And then we also have a presentation today from Ms. Haynes and the Acceleration School team to dive deeper into the strategy of what we're doing for those schools who have been historically underperforming within the rating system. So I want to make sure I say all that. Thank you, Maggie. Appreciate it. Today, when we dive into the Strategic Education Committee, I want to make sure that we highlight, first of all, that we're assuming you've had a chance to look through a lot of this presentation, but we want to make sure we're sending a story. So we're going to try to do it at the high level and then dig more deeply to make sure people at home understand the relative value of these different data points. If you could go to the next slide. Thank you, Maggie. So Ms. Simmons and Dr. Williams were referring to the state report cards up to 2019. Please, one thing I want to make sure we note is that under the state guidance, once again, they are not issuing grades this year at the state level. So they did not do that last year because of COVID, and they're not doing it again at the end, beginning of the 2019-2020 school year, they didn't do it. And then again at the 2020-2021 school year. And the reason for that is what they're highlighting here in yet red, which I want to make sure we say, that results displayed within the report card should not be compared to those of other years due to the testing limitations as a result of the pandemic. In addition, these results may be incomplete and may not be representative of the makeup of the state, district, or the school population. So ideally, we'd be able to share report card ratings, and we're just not in the position to do that. And while in a few places we have compared data year over year, the state is advising us that there's some limits to that because this was an unusual testing year. So when we look at the South Carolina report card and assessment results, just want to make sure folks understand the different things that we use as instruments. One is SC Ready. That is the high stakes exam in South Carolina. The SC Ready test is an achievement test. but it only measures 1/3 of the grade level standards taught in any given year. The challenge of SC Ready from a teacher perspective is we never know what third that might be. And even when we work to strengthen gaps from the previous year, those same areas may not be tested again. One of the other areas that Ms. Roberts is going to highlight is the SC Pass data. SC Pass traditionally is both our social studies test as well as our science achievement test. Given in the 1920 school year when COVID hit, the legislature passed Proviso 1.94, which suspended the use of grade testing at grade 8 testing and grade 5 and 7 in social studies. This still remains in effect. So the only data that we're sharing on the SC Pass is in the 4th and the 6th grade science.
May I ask a question? I thought the proviso would go away with the new budget. Was it renewed? Because this proviso would have been in the 1920 appropriations bill, not the 2021.
They held it, so we did not.
They did hold it.
So on the screen, you'll find this 2021 SC Ready summarized results for CCSD as compared to the rest of the state. Overall, CCSD outperformed the state by 6.5 percentage points in English language arts and 9.6 percentage points in math. As indicated in the bar graphs at the bottom of the screen, our district outpaces the state in achievement over time on both of these assessments. Okay. Although we outperform and outpace the state, achievement gaps do exist in our race and ethnicity subgroup data. We see this in our SC Ready ELA results. We also see these gaps in our SC Ready math results. We recognize the urgency and importance of catching up our underrepresented subgroups as early as possible so that we do not continue to see our students fall farther and farther behind as they progress through elementary, middle, and high. Ms. Simmons and Dr. Williams described some of the work and the progress we are making in the success of our diverse learners. And Ms. Belcher will discuss additional actions at the end of this presentation about how we will continue to ensure greater accessibility and improvements in readiness and success for all of our scholars. In summary, CCSD consistently outperforms the state over time in both ELA and math. It's also important to note that even in a pandemic, our district not only continued to outperform the state, but actually increased its achievement over the state average in 2021. This is especially true in math, with CCSD averaging 9.6 percentage points above the state average, a testament to our concerted effort to phase in a strong math curriculum over the past few years. We see similar patterns on SC Pass science data. Our district consistently outperforms the state average, and again, even with the challenges that have come with the pandemic, CCSD's average of students meeting and exceeding state standards in science is 4.9 percentage points above that of the state.
So now we're going to move into the high school end of course exam. I think folks understand that right now these tests are given statewide as gateway courses. They are typically used as a portion of the final grade in those courses. So typically the grade on the end of course exam is 20% of the grade. This past year, given the COVID reality, the state allowed for exceptions. And what we opted to do in this district is that the teacher could choose between this teacher given assessment or the end of course exam, whichever was higher in calculating the final grade of the student. The only reason I mentioned that, because I think it's important, is that put different weight and carrots and sticks from a student perspective that might have affected the results overall. It's important to realize that these are cohort programs, so kids can take the test at different points along their 4 years in high school, and that's what we're looking at when we're comparing results. And I think that the big idea here is, as you look through this, English 2 is a new exam that was given this year. In the past, English 1 has been the high stakes English related exam. Now they've moved to English 2 at the state level. Again, overall, the story is a positive one, similar to as we look at on average at the 4-year cohort. We're above the state in every single one of these exams. In some of them, we're significantly above the state, for example, in biology or in algebra, which again, we believe reflects some of our investment in mathematics. Maggie, if you would go to the next slide, thank you. And then looking at those students who scored a C or higher, again, you see a positive trend. I think it's notable to say that our English 2 results are significantly higher, although again, this is the first year that we've given that exam as tied to the end of course requirements. The challenges, which is a challenge in all of our results, which is a consistent challenge, as a system, is while we are doing well overall on average, we are not seeing the same gains when we look at students broken out by race, by students in poverty, our English language learners, and our special needs students. We also did see difference in performance when we looked at students who learned in person or who learned virtually, reinforcing the district's commitment to in-person instruction as a stronger way of getting to academic results. This holds true in English, biology, US history, in all of the exams.
In the next few slides, we'll share as much of the college and career readiness data as is currently available. On October 1st, the State Department of Education has advised that final results, along with additional information on such assessments as advanced placement, ACT, SAT, and ready to work will be released. Our National Career Readiness Assessment, Ready to Work, is administered to all of our 11th grade students to determine achievement in 3 key subjects: applied mathematics, locating information, and reading for information. This assessment allows us to determine how ready our students are to enter the workforce. CCS students earn more certificates overall than the state and earn more certificates in the silver and above categories. This data tells us that 68.8% of our 4-year cohort proved that they are prepared for at least 65% of jobs in the workforce. An additional 14.9% of students in this cohort showed that they are prepared for at least 35% of jobs in the workforce. Ultimately, 83.7% of students exhibit preparedness for a minimum of 35% of jobs. Moreover, it's also important to note that 19.2% of CCSD students, as opposed to the state's 12%, show that they are prepared for a minimum of 90% of the jobs in the workforce. We know this based on the percentage of students who earn gold and platinum certificates on this assessment. The Ready to Work assessment also includes an essential soft skills assessment that provides information about specific student skills that play a vital role in workplace success, such as problem solving, goal setting, decision-making, and self-direction. Although we show gaps in achievement among ethnicity and poverty status subgroups, a significant percentage of our students indicate readiness in essential soft skills. 76.1% of students overall, and at least half or more of the students in each of the subgroups represented exhibit readiness. Although our 2021 advanced placement results will not be released until October 1st, it's important to note recent trends in our data in providing access and opportunity for our more diverse populations. Overall, pre-pandemic, CCSD was trending in a positive direction for our Black African American subgroup specifically, with an increase of 14.7 percentage points in exams receiving a passing score of 3 or higher from 2015 to 2020, I should say. You can also see that although 2020 was not as strong for our Hispanic Latino population, we did see an increase in 18-19 with a 5.4 percentage point increase from the 2015 school year. During this time period, College Board also recognized CCSD's improvement in equity and access for diverse students by naming the district as a recipient of the AP Honor Roll, which takes into account 3 years of data from 2015 to 17. We will continue to enhance the work that has been done as it still is in progress to ensure equitable pathways to advance coursework and exam preparation and participation for all of our learners, keeping a special emphasis on ensuring diversity and inclusion. Before the pandemic, CCSD was on the right track with its highest graduation rates overall, as well as within race and ethnicity subgroups. CCSD continues in 2021 to trend above the state in its percentage of overall students graduating on time. CCSD also shows gains in the percentages of students earning life scholarships. This provides students greater access to 2-year and 4-year colleges. In 2021, even during the pandemic, CCSD shows the highest percentage of students meeting this criteria.
So these slides that we're showing now were not included in board docs as posted on Thursday, so we added them today. So we want to give a little more information. It's in response to a question from Ms. Green asking specifically about the acceleration schools. On SC Ready, the acceleration schools did not do better than in previous years. They performed similarly to previous years. But we went back and looked at some information around similar school data in the MAP exam. Ms. Roberts?
So in addition to the standard MAP report, NWA also provides a similar schools report. This report is based on schools with similar demographics and characteristics. This report provides greater perspective on how our schools compare with schools like ours in the nation. What you see on the screen is this similar schools comparison report for reading MAP for our CCSD schools. A range of colors beginning with orange, moving to yellow, light green, dark green, and finally to blue is used in this similar schools report to show the amount of growth in achievement that occurred in the 2021 school year. These colors indicate progressing levels of no growth or little growth, represented by orange, average or expected growth, represented by yellow, to accelerated or above average growth, represented by green and blue. So based on this more apples to apples comparison, the vast majority of our schools are represented with green to dark green. This indicates that most CCSD schools experience above average or accelerated growth in reading achievement during the 2020-21 school year as compared to similar schools in the nation. When we look at math for our district schools, we see the same pattern, green to blue-green for most of our schools. Again, this indicates that the majority of CCSD schools exhibited above average growth on math when compared to similar schools in the nation. It's important to note that inevitably, when we sustain or maintain above average growth, student performance outcomes will be impacted and will equate to more students catching up to their grade level peers given time. So what you see now is also a national similar schools comparison of achievement and growth, but this time only for our acceleration schools overall. Each of the gray bars at the top represents an achievement band by deciles on MAP. So what that means, The top bar represents the 1st to 9th percentile. The second bar represents the 10th to 19th percentile, the next, the 20th to 29th percentile, and so on. So based on the information displayed in this top graph, CCSD has more students performing in the lower achievement bands in acceleration schools overall. The bottom graph represents growth experience in acceleration schools overall. Bear in mind that any growth that goes beyond that vertical line that marks the 50th percentile is considered to be above average. So what we're able to discern by looking at these orange bars in this bottom graph is that our acceleration schools overall are making above average growth when we compare them to similar schools in the nation. And what this also means is that with continued accelerated growth, achievement percentiles will ultimately be impacted.
Before we move to the summary slide, I think I want to call out that the reason we don't want to bury the lead. Now, remember, we presented this data, the MAP data in the summer, and these schools are still low growth, low achievement as compared to the general average of performance. But the value of this is that we keep saying relative to other similar schools across the country, CCSD did better because we opened for 5 days a week, because we were able to keep up some supports. And that holds true at every level of our system, including the acceleration schools. As compared to similar schools that struggle in the same ways as the acceleration schools, our schools did better. Did they do enough? No. And I think one of the things we hope to share later is the progress we're making within the acceleration schools. And as many of you know, typically school turnaround takes 3 years, and last year was year 1. But I think the good news is we did see schools outperform the average nationally in terms of that growth of similar schools, which gives us optimism that we're headed in the right direction with the acceleration schools.
So to summarize some overall 2020 results for our district, even during a global pandemic, CCSD consistently outperformed the state in elementary, middle, and high school assessment measures like kindergarten readiness, ESSE Ready ELA and math, ESSE Pass Science, and end of course assessments. CCSD shows the same consistency in outperforming the state on additional high school, college, and career readiness measures like Ready to Work, on-time graduation rate, Life and Palmetto Fellow scholarships, and pre-pandemic advanced placement success. I'll now turn it over to Ms. Belcher, who can provide some additional insights and implications for the future work in CCSD.
The next few slides provide a summary of the results. At the high level, I think the good news is all of our data is trending to tell a same story, which is overall CCSD at the national level has outperformed other school districts similar to ours on MAP and FastBridge. At the local level, at the state level, we outperformed other districts across the state in terms of ESSE Ready, ESSE Pass, graduation rate, our end of course exams, and our college and career readiness. The challenge remains there's significant work to do with our students in poverty, our Black, our Hispanic, our English language learners, and our students with special needs in order to make sure that they're on track for college or career readiness. But the opportunity, as we keep reiterating throughout the last few presentations, is that because we don't have a district-wide COVID achievement gap, we can think very strategically about how we target those resources to better meet those needs of the kids that are furthest behind. The next few slides provide a high-level summary of the results that we just went through. And then I would love to move to the slides where we start to go through the implications. You've seen some of this before when we presented the MAP and the FastBridge results. And then Ms. Haynes will go more deeply into our strategy specifically within the acceleration schools. But one of the key things that we're doing is really focusing on improving core instruction, making sure that math, English language arts, science, and social studies in that order are getting to a higher level of achievement. We're doing that by changes to the curriculum, by making sure that we have benchmark assessments available at the school level so we can see where kids are along the way and quickly reteach when necessary, investing and making sure there's more opportunities for all kids to access accelerated coursework, gifted and talented AP classes, honors classes, dual credit. Making sure that we are being very thoughtful about how we strategically catch our high school students up through content recovery and credit recovery, as well as a significant investment in tutoring at the algebra level through the SAGA partnership from ESSER funds. We're also thinking a lot right now in terms of for next year about our English language learners. We haven't significantly invested in a shift in strategy for that group, but as that group grows within our district, there's a need for us to step back and make sure we're doing all that we can to accelerate English instruction and think strategically about that group. We're also really focusing a lot of time, resources, and money on ensuring that the students are not ready, increase readiness. Like that is through investments like the University of Virginia partnership with the acceleration schools, the leading educator partnership, which I think it's worth noting last year, they could not come here. It was a fully virtual coaching. As Ms. McIntyre will highlight, she had to carry her phone around with her to videotape classrooms for leading educators. Now this year they are in person, which means there's a lot more boots on the ground to give meaningful coaching to teachers, coaches, and administrators. We are investing in an additional cohort of schools who have a high need population but may not have reached the acceleration status by additional professional development and capacity building. And thinking a lot about additional tutoring programs beyond the SAGA program, including a paper program that Dr. Williams has championed that really works with those students in middle school who have, with a little extra help, could qualify for honors or advanced classes. As we already discussed, we're making significant investments in mental health and social emotional needs to make sure the kids are able to stay in school, be present, and focus on their academics. And then we also had highlighted an investment that we made in the Office of Translation and Interpretive Services to ensure that we're increasing access across the board for all of our students. At this point, this concludes the high-level overview of the data. We still do have a more detailed presentation around the acceleration schools. So if you have questions about the acceleration schools, I'd love it if you waited until after Ms. Haynes presents.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Thank you, Ms. Felcher. What questions do we have? Ms. Waters?
Thank you, Ms. Herderick. I have a few questions. One is just kind of general. Looking at the performance based on poverty and obviously racial demographic, I'm just wondering, when you look at how well the district is doing in certain areas, if you think about whether or not the students who are, sort of the almost 82% of Black students who are not performing well on SC Ready and ELA, if that has to do with the fact that, or I guess whether or not you can determine the measures that we're putting in place are really making a difference. Because if you think about the fact that more affluent students are performing just fine, students who don't identify as people of color are performing just fine, those students would have tended to perform just fine anyway. And so what gives you the indication that the measures that are being put in place are really making a difference where it needs to be made?
And I think it's a good question. I think that where we're starting to see signals of that is when you look at the like schools data. Like, I think that was a powerful statement. That last year was really tough to tease out what was related to COVID. Because remember, a lot of families kept their kids home at the beginning. We had to restart school years several times. We also changed modalities for certain kids along the way. So it was an unusual year. And it was like, how much of our progress or lack of progress, because I want to make sure I still state that the acceleration schools and many schools that serve high poverty students are low achievement, low growth. But the fact that we're seeing, as compared to their peers nationally, more than average achievement, makes me confident that if it wasn't an odd year, we would have seen more wins in that effort. And again, last year was the first year that we put a significant investment and support for the acceleration schools. While it was all hands on deck with many folks in Ms. Roberts' team and curriculum instruction, Mr. Broey's team, Mr. Kennedy's team out in the schools proctoring and doing other things, we tried to keep the acceleration schools team intact and allow them to really focus on the acceleration schools. So again, I'm saying it's a signal. When I look at the research across the board of other districts like ours who are really putting additional resources to this challenge, the first year you just see these signals. The second year you start seeing more important growth. And then by 3 years out, we should see real progress made, but we should take a different approach.
That makes sense. So you didn't say this, I won't put words in your mouth. Do you think that the rate of progress, because I also am looking at, the sort of similar schools, the national comparison groups, and how many of our schools are in the green in terms of acceleration, but considering that our gaps are so drastic, do you feel like the rate of change is acceptable or what it needs to be?
No.
Thank you. And then I actually did have just one more question. And thank you for being so blunt. But the last question that I had is actually regarding the list of actions that are being taken. The one thing I didn't see was something specifically related to leadership development and sort of, I know Ms. Darby talks a lot about bench strength and strengthening assistant principals, because I know a lot of folks have issues with principals moving on to better positions, but I mean, I'm of the mind that you can't stop someone from applying to go on to a better position, but who do we have who's been watching that great principal, do that work, that's ready to step in, and how do we also make sure there's a strategy in place to hire from within versus without?
Appreciate the question. And honestly, that was a part of what Dr. Pulsaway asked me to work with Ms. Simmons and Dr. Williams and Mr. Brigman on when I first came in, and we just haven't been able to do it until this year. So we do, Ms. Nichols in the HR department and myself, along with Ms. Simmons, Dr. Williams, principals across the district, APs, select teachers, some coaches, are putting together a leadership task force. We've got the first meeting on the books with the aim of outlining our overall theory of action for leadership within the district. What's our strategy and opportunities for developing assistant principals? What's our strategy for developing teacher leaders? How do we align them? And how do we align the PDEP and the DEP evaluation systems so that they're all reinforcing each other towards that outcome? And our hope is that we'll have a proposal in place for the budget season so that we can actually, similar to the early childhood task force, make recommendations of a long-term strategy on leadership development.
Thank you.
What are exactly the key identifiers, I guess, for that makes these schools acceleration schools? What are the main ones that make them accelerated schools, and who comes up with the identifiers to tag these schools?
Did you want us to save that for the next?
We will go into it in the next one, ma'am. Essentially, the board makes that decision on acceleration schools. The previous board did, but Ms. Haynes will go into that specifically. Thank you.
Ms. Green.
Carol, first of all, thanks for including that information on that email I sent you. I appreciate that. And this may not be a question you can answer right now on the spot, but what else could we be doing to bridge those gaps back to Courtney's question? I know we put some things and we've been working on it. Are there other things we could do? Is my question.
I think there's always other things. I think there's the balance that I think we strike with in execution is how much change can an individual school community take on and do it well. So there's a balancing act of, like, if we do too much change, it doesn't work at all, which is we're in that danger zone even before COVID, given that we'd already done a new math curriculum, we're doing a new ELA curriculum, we have a new social studies curriculum. Obviously, students are bringing a lot more trauma and issues to the school. So, and as you all know, teachers are balancing right now, helping students at home who are quarantined, as well as students in the building, and concerns about their own health and safety. All of that plays into how much change we can actually manage. And I don't think there's an easy right answer, and it varies probably by school. I mean, there are things which we're continuing to invest in and we want to up our game, right? So we did a summer program last year. I'm eager to see the map results to get a sense of how the kids did given that intervention. And we started planning now for next summer with an aim of really enhancing the engagement aspect of that. We have a tutoring program right now just that's intense at the system level just for algebra, which is a gatekeeper at the high school level. Dr. Williams has found another strong program that we're going to do with the middle school students. I think there's many of the principals will come and present on their own tutoring programs, but I think there's probably more tutoring options to do. But again, it's how do we balance that level of change and do it in a way that's sustainable? One of the most challenging things about education is changing the practice of the adults. And we are talking about a lot of changes to the practice of the adults. And I think we're trying to figure out what that right balance is.
Dr. French?
Thank you. The one question I have first is when we're looking at the college and career readiness, you looked at two different things. You looked at graduation rates and then the life scholarship eligibility. First, on the life scholarship eligibility, didn't the criteria change this year for eligibility on that?
I'm going to defer to Ms. Roberts, who knows that better than I do.
We can provide you with any specific criteria for life scholarship. I do not know of any specific changes other than.
Well, I believe there were three main criteria that you usually have to meet all three of them, and that was changed to only one or two. Is that?
You have to meet 2 out of 3.
2 out of 3. Okay, thank you, Ms. Darby.
Okay, I apologize that the board has to answer board's
That's okay.
question, but
I have a child who used
we'll
it,
look
so-
into it, and get back to
That's
confirm, you're
fine.
right.
I don't
Dr.
want
French,
to
forgive
take
us.
up my time on that. So, okay, the second thing is that when we look at graduation rates, I get a little bit concerned that we're equating that with readiness because you only have to make a D to get to graduate. And I think Dr. Postlethwaite would agree that graduation rates don't necessarily tell us if you're career or college ready. You talked about content recovery at one point. Do you feel like the type of content recovery we're doing is really helping students get to that meets or exceeds level, or is it just barely getting them into the D category?
I mean, I agree with you that graduation rate is not the only thing, which is why we try to present multiple variables, including things like AP readiness, SAT, ACT. It's just some of that information wasn't available because of the vendor issue at the state level. So just to call that out. So we could not present yet ACT and SAT and AP data for this past year. We will have that in October. All of that together for us is a college and career readiness. But your point is well taken. Credit recovery or content recovery, I think, is a strategy. But when we're at that strategy, it's a signal that the foundational, the initial instruction wasn't strong enough. We want to make sure kids are not having to repeat courses, are not having to do credit recovery, which is part of the reason for the significant investment around the curriculum program, but more students on track for high school readiness in terms of algebra and other things. But we can't leave behind the kids who are already there who may not have been well served by the system. And one way, and certainly high school graduation, is students who graduate with a high school diploma do earn more than those who do not. So that does matter still, even when it's a D.
Right. And then the last thing is on pages 8 and 9, I think, where you show trends where we're significantly higher than the state. Do you have these two broken down by demographics to show
State
like?
has not released the demographic data yet. So as soon as we
That's
have-
not true.
Buffy, am I saying that wrong? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, which one are you speaking about?
Okay, so if you look at SC Ready on slide 8 and SC Pass, I'm not sure about SC Pass, but on SC Ready, let's just talk about that. You have the trend lines over years, and we're outperforming the state on average for all of our students. What about the trend lines, say, for all of our Black students compared to Black students across the state?
For SE Ready, is
Yes.
what you're asking? We did not present that. I can do that. for you.
Okay,
But part of that, I think, ma'am, was because we didn't have the demographic data for this year.
we do.
This would be for SC
We
Ready. I thought-
didn't. at the
It's on
time.
the Department of Ed website.
We did not at the time when these were prepared.
It's been available since September 1st.
I think they'll provide this information.
Clearly, ma'am, we will provide the information because we don't have it now and are not answering your question very well, but appreciate your patience with us.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions? Ms. Coates?
Have you gotten the fall map results?
Not yet.
Okay.
I don't think we did.
When do we
The
think
window
we're
is
gonna
still-
get those?
The window is still open, so we still have a little time for to get those back.
Okay. One of the things about the AP courses, and I think that it's something that the board needs to see, is we definitely have some gaps in children of color achieving in the AP, but I'd like to see the number of students. I mean, 3 out of 10 equals 30%, and 25 out of 75 equals 30% roughly. I think that matters, that we have more students able to enter and access as well as able to successfully complete. So do we have anybody tracking how many students of color and poverty are enrolled in AP courses this year so that we can kind of see that?
We can definitely provide that information. We have traditionally looked at that data and actually worked with schools specifically based on some of that information that we.
And then the next slide, there was something, and it may or may not be a concern, but we had 14 schools leave the unsatisfactory rank, and 3 schools that were not there go into that. That was something that was presented earlier. And then, so it just, that feels like there's not solid foundation somewhat, that they can trip in and out a little. And then I took that and compared that to the graduation rate, which again is just this one thing, but our graduation rate for African-American students last year was lower than it had been the previous 5 years. It's the lowest rate in 6 years. And is there a concern that we don't have these foundations solid enough yet, that trust me, a pandemic is not a trip up, but solid enough that we can sustain these things through tremors and disruptions?
Yes, ma'am. So I think it was Ms. Belcher who alluded to the fact that while we have about 14 schools designated as acceleration schools, we still have a nice cadre or size of schools who are vulnerable, who are maybe on the cusp of being designated as acceleration. And just in terms of overall performance, what we've seen over the length of time. So we do believe that some of the strategies you'll hear Jacqueline Haynes talk about in a moment apply not only to acceleration schools, but to any school who has a history of lagging data or data that could very well one year be solid and then the next year vulnerable.
But do we, and thank you, and I agree. I think my question is, are we putting in the right systems and programs that can create a foundation that can get you out of that up and down?
In looking at school turnaround results and the research in places other than here, what you do see is that certain changes can be maintained over time, but it does require ongoing accountability in management.
Right.
So that things can slip. So for obviously a change
Kind
in
of goes
leadership.
to Ms. Waters' thing about
That's right.
bench strength and making sure that we have continuity in leadership.
That's right. Those things all matter along the way. And we haven't gotten necessarily to a point of stability in their current strategy, given it was in the midst of COVID that we executed some of these changes and put acceleration schools. And then I think ultimately one of the things that Ms. Haynes, Ms. Simmons, Dr. Williams, and I have talked about is coming back to the board on what we think in an ongoing way would qualify as an acceleration school. But we just don't have the data in the same way that we had before, because the state report card hasn't been issued and we just haven't had continuity of information. So like with the state, we've frozen our acceleration schools with the ones we've got. But I think it's possible, as many other districts do, that we would have additional schools that would end up in an acceleration status to give that extra support to get back on track when there is a dip. There is no silver bullet in high poverty schools that serve high needs kids on maintaining it without ongoing management support, resources, and accountability.
And I know I only have a second, but I have two short questions. I'm surprised, given our gaps and given our struggles, that on these graphs that compare similar schools with the green and the orange, the NWEA, none of our schools are orange. But I mean, this would lead you to look that we're doing as well or better than schools across the country. But I don't know if that shows the real struggles we have within CCSD.
I think it shows the
It's
study
kinda
of COVID nationally, ma'am, is that COVID took a real hit on many, many school systems. And I'm sad to say that there are school systems that are in a worse position than we are, and we are not proud of our results. And so I think the opportunity here is to make sure that we build on that. But I think that's really what that's about, is that because we were open 5 days a week, because we were able to provide services, because we didn't back off on some of the resources that we gave to acceleration schools, we're just in a much better position.
And so that is my last question. When you do similarly situated schools, did anyone take into account, are we comparing these to schools that didn't open last year? Or are we comparing these to other schools? And I mean, that clearly that creates a difference.
That's absolutely right.
Were we not, were we
any
the only
schools that took
district
the map.
similarly situated with this type of students that were open last year?
This is anyone who took the map. So it could be schools that were closed and administered the map. It could be schools that were open.
And we're not comparing to see other schools that stayed open, how well we did against them. We're,
No.
okay.
We don't have that, just map doesn't have that as an option, but that I think is important to call out because that probably contributed to what I think is a positive signal, but not yet a win.
Right. Thank you.
Any additional questions? Dr. Frazier.
Yes, I just have two questions. And my first question is, what is the significance of comparing our data with the state rather than looking at the data and presenting it to the board so that we can get a clear picture of what's going on in the district with our high poverty schools and our schools that are doing well?
I'm sorry, ma'am. I don't think I understood your question. Do you mind repeating it? I'm sorry. It could be that I'm just not hearing you well.
I'm just asking you, what is the significance of presenting this information and comparing it with other states rather than giving this board significant information as to what is going on within the district when we compare our struggling students with our students who are doing well?
Thank you.
And I want to take a look at the schools because we have these magnet schools and these specialty schools, and then we have some of the best schools, and we talk about the best schools, and then we have some of the worst schools. And that's what I'm interested in. Why are we looking at the state, and why not we concentrating on what we're doing within the district?
As a general rule, we try not to call out any individual schools when we do a board-wide presentation. All this information is available publicly at this point. What we did do, as you saw, ma'am, is we compared ourselves to the state because the state has similar challenges across the board, but also when we went deep and showed poverty, students not in poverty, Latino students as compared to white students, as compared to Black students, as compared to students who identify either as Native American, Asian American, mixed race, or what we called other in this because there's insignificant numbers. So we do try to show our trends because when we come to the board, we're trying to hold ourselves accountable as a system and showing our gaps, but not necessarily put the blame on any individual school or individual faculty, given some of these challenges truly are systemic and have predated the people who are now at those buildings.
Well, we were able to, my little group and I, we were able to look at the South Carolina Ready data, and we pulled it together and looked at it, compared it, and found out that over 50% of our Black students are not doing well at all. And I just want to know, have we talked about or discussed how we're going to start working with our schools? And I think that would probably be our acceleration schools.
Some of those are in acceleration schools, and some of those are in other schools as well that have high poverty or high numbers of students of color. I think we shared that data too on slide 3 and 4 to make sure that we were not hiding the fact that we do think there's more work to be done, because your point is well taken. That is where we need to put all of our ESSER resources, and our strategy work is to make sure that those schools that have chronically underperformed are back on track.
Okay. And my last comment, I'd just like to say that thank you all for bringing this information to the attention of the board. And if you're not looking or working with this information on a daily basis, it's kind of difficult to try to keep up with all of this. But thank you. It shows that you've really been working on it. But I want to say to this board that I attended a workshop recently and was able to meet with someone who worked specifically with board members on helping us to understand data as presented by members of the school district. So I would like to suggest that we bring someone in just to work with us so that we can take a closer look and understand information that's given to us by staff. Just a comment that I want to make. And I have that information available, but there are specific questions that we need to be asking when they present this information to us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Thank you, Ms. Belcher. Okay, we're moving on to the last item, acceleration schools, Ms. Haynes.
Thank you. Superintendent Postaway, thank you for this opportunity. To the chairman, Reverend Dr. Mack, and our vice chair, Ms. Waters, and to the Board of Trustees. Today, we have team members with us as we advance to the next slide, and we have a brief agenda. The AST team is here, Acceleration Schools team, as well as a teacher that will provide a testimonial. First, I want to acknowledge the work that the board members and the community have put towards moving schools and school turnaround efforts before we started Acceleration Schools. I consider our work to be work, we're building on the work that has already been started. Second, our time today is very limited. So we're looking forward to having a longer session with you to explain our strategies and to look at our strategic plan and just give you more integral details about the work that we're doing. And in the slides that follow, we'll give you a brief overview. So as we go to the next slide, Dr. Postaway stated at the beginning of the year that we must be clear about our strategies and the work that we're doing to move schools. So our vision is definitely to empower the leaders, empower our teachers, and to make sure that we're focusing on equity. Equity meaning that every student in every school in Acceleration Schools are receiving rigorous content, rigorous curriculum, good teachers, and that we're making very bold changes in the work that we're doing to move our students. So number one, leadership. And we talked a little bit about leadership. We need exceptional teachers and we have to have strong leaders. We need rigorous content and instruction occurring to support our students to make sure that they are college ready. We want every school and every community, especially our Acceleration Schools communities, to feel that when they send their students to an Acceleration School, that they're getting the best content, that they're getting the best instruction, and that the instruction is rigorous and they will be college ready when they leave. And then lastly, looking at school transformation. School transformation is a process, and it's about working with every division within our district to ensure that we're providing support in all areas. So I want to let you look at the next slide and let's talk about what is school turnaround. And these are the levers that we're focusing on in school turnaround. So our concentration is on leadership, it is on talent development, instructional infrastructure, climate and culture, and district accountability, as well as district support. So that's the definition of school turnaround. And if you look at research, as Ms. Belcher has stated, Wested, Wallace Foundation, if we have a strong school transformation turnaround process, then we should see changes in our schools. So CCSD has identified 14 schools on the next slide, and you will see the schools that are there. The following schools were identified by the work that was done during the mission critical. And what I want to say is the principals of these schools
have invested and are invested in the turnaround work and the process. They are owning the strategies of the turnaround efforts. And this work cannot be done without them being the champions of the work. And let me tell you, it is a heavy lift. The schools that have an asterisk, they are led by Ms. Simmons and Dr. Williams. So we have a team of the 11 schools we're working with, and we work with those principals side by side. So there are some guiding principles as we look at those principles, and I would like to talk about the strategies that we're using to ensure that we have exceptional people and that we have an exceptional teacher in every classroom. So the strategies that are being implemented to ensure we have exceptional people focuses on the adults and ensuring that the adults believe that our students in acceleration schools can achieve at high levels, and ensuring that our leaders, they develop relationships with the students, and our leaders having content knowledge and knowing good pedagogy. So our principals are working hard to make sure that they understand what the expectations are in the classroom. So our next slide looks at our strategies that we have, and these are only a few of the strategies within our strategic plan. You'll see a list there, and it is a long list, and there are more, but I will focus on the ones in red. So it was asked about our principals and APs. They are receiving leadership training because we have to make sure that we have principals that can step into this work, and we have assistant principals that can step into the work and principals that are leading the work. So their thinking is being pushed, and they're focused and being intentional on the how they're moving students forward and in closing that opportunity gap. So to paint a picture of that, every principal has a 90-day plan. And in that 90-day plan, they have big rocks that they're focusing on, that our UVA team decided these are the areas we're focusing on, 2 big rocks. And those big rocks within the schools, they have action steps, and they're following those action steps. How do I know they're following those action steps? I coach the principals. Our team is in schools constantly working with the coaches and working with teachers to ensure that we're following through on those action steps. Principals and assistant principals are deepening their learning around content area to strengthen their knowledge of the pedagogy. Now, I was a principal, and sometimes when you have so many content areas to cover, you're not that strong in all areas. But our principals are moving forward to learn the pedagogy, and the assistant principals, and to understand what is expected. So the instructional leadership is a significant factor in facilitating and improving student work. So we have to make sure that they know what to look for and what to expect in each classroom. So when leaders really know what high expectations look like, how to place emphasis on instruction and using data to evaluate the students' progress, and we're digging deep into data. Our 3 words for this year are equity, data, and collaboration. And we don't have conversations unless we talk about those 3 things. So principals are no longer managers, but they are the instructional leaders of their schools. So we talk about acceleration versus remediation. We want students to have grade level work in front of them every day. And if they have to be remediated, then we're looking at the RTI process, and we're looking at tutoring after school. So the next slide focuses on the rigorous content and instruction. And Ms. Belcher has already mentioned that we have great rigorous content, bridges, and our ELA curriculum. So for students to be college ready, we have to ensure that they're getting rigorous content every day, not remediation in classrooms every day. But content that is rigorous when they walk into the classroom. So let's look at the strategies on the next slide that are our focus, and I'll focus on the red ones. So we've adopted the Bridges curriculum, and teachers are really making connections with number corners and the Bridges curriculum. Our teachers and our principals have identified teachers that are PLC leaders, and we have a PLC leader here today that will share her testimonial. We follow up with professional development that was provided by leading educators. We conduct instructional learning walks. Principals are providing feedback using a system called Whetstone, and coaches within the school and the district level coaches are providing feedback, meaningful feedback, not what you're not doing, but giving them that true meaningful feedback that is not criticism. So we spent a year with leading educators, an entire year preparing for conducting content cycles and unit internalizations in both math and ELA. We're also assessing data and looking at assessments by using the See It, Name It, Do It protocol. And that's a protocol that's used to review the assessment so teachers know what they are to teach and focus on, and looking at data as well. We also, in 3.2, we created a vision of what does excellent instruction look like. So we're focusing on highly engaged classrooms. And the difference that we're seeing this year in the engagement of students is like night and day. So our students are highly engaged. There's more student talk, less teacher talk that is happening in these past 2 to 3 weeks. And our students are grappling with complex text. And that is the standard for having excellent instruction in our classrooms. And they're also using protocols and strategies and teaching students how to use those strategies. And that will ensure that our students and our test scores will go up. Excuse me. We also have focus groups with teachers because we're asking them to spend more time. And our teachers agreed that they wanted to spend some more time. So we were able to offer them an extra hour every week to have PLC meetings to really dig deeper into the content. As we look at the next slide, you'll see our partnership with leading educators. Dr. Postlewaite stated that we have to have sustainable systems. And I think one of you alluded to, how are we going to sustain this work? Well, we have to have strong systems and strong structures in place so that if a principal leaves, the teachers own the work. And these are the systems that will be in every school. So our partnership supports the efforts and focus that was stated by Ms. Belcher. And learning services, that has been the theme, that we have to have sustainable systems and we have to have strong conditions in all content areas. So how does this look? What does this look like in schools? So teachers, once again, have an additional hour per week to collaborate and hold PLC meetings. The AST team, the principals and coaches support the teams by providing that meaningful feedback and going in and sitting in on sessions. As this morning, before coming, we sat in on an MTSS session at Hunley Park. We observed classrooms and give them feedback. Principals have built-in times during the day and the schedules for teachers to collaborate, to have grade level collaborations and unit internalizations. And again, they have Whetstone. So I want to share some of the professional development on the next slide. There's a video of one of our superstars in AST. I think it's the next, a 30-second video. And we just want to give you an example of the learning that has occurred over the past year. And you will see Ms. McIntyre on the video. This was a Zoom.
True for your kids as well as your school. And so we saw a need for change. And the need for change, as you read our Acceleration School vision, is about empowering teachers so that you're able to close opportunity gaps that exist. Our teachers and our school leaders really can make the difference. I taught at Academic Magnet for about 12 years, and what I recognized was that not that the students were so much smarter than any other kid, but they had opportunity and access that other students did not have. And it is, for me, important that we recognize that what happens for our kids should not be determined by their zip code or if they happen to have a teacher that pushes a little harder. So our
Okay, and that was just a small clip, a short clip. You have the entire, I think, 4 minutes that you can watch. But she mentioned equity to ensure that all students are receiving that high level instruction and exposure to curriculum. So that is our goal. And on top of that, our assistant principals are leading the charge with math. They are taking ownership and developing their leadership skills and instructional knowledge in the area of math as well, and in EL and science. Looking at the next slide, these are other strategies as well that we have within our strategic plan. And we're working closely with leading educators and Emily Woody's team and CNI to ensure that they are supporting us in this work and looking at the curriculum and making sure that our teachers have the appropriate professional development. So unit internalizations is something that is a newer word, but teachers sit down and they go over their units. They go over their lessons. When you walk into schools now, teachers are staying after school to talk about the instruction, to talk about the delivery, and what's working well and what is not working well. And with leading educators, we've also had the opportunity to engage in conversation about the opportunity myth. And they've really had strong conversation about that as well as equity. But I could keep talking, but I think having a teacher explain her experience, we have Megan Fisher on the next slide that is going to come forward and talk about her experience as a PLC leader and a new teacher. And then after that, we will have Tanya McIntyre to do the next few slides.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. Okay, guys, today I'm going to talk to you and reflect with you about my short yet really powerful journey as Shakur's 3rd grade math PLC leader. To many of you, these pants right here, they may be a bit excessive, but to me, they hold one of my most cherished memories. I signed my first teaching contract with these pants on November 16th of 2019. At the time, I knew I wanted to teach in a Title I school, and I thought that I was going to inspire my students to be manically eager readers like myself. Flash forward about a year later, and our coaches at Shakur are gathering interest for a new teacher leadership position that was intended and is intended to bring equity into math instruction. I was captivated. I have always been able to define equity, but the application I found was a bit tricky. So I wanted to do better. I wanted to be better. As Maya Angelou once said, you do the best you can until you know better. Then when you know better, you do better. I hesitantly applied after a really encouraging email from my then transformation coach and now acceleration team's very own, Ms. Jones. The acceleration team had a bold vision to develop talent within schools. And I am so honored to be a product of that vision. Prior to being my team's math lead, I didn't see myself as much of a leader. This opportunity has stretched my development as both a leader and an educator. I know so much more, and I have done so much better for my students since November 16th of 2019. Shifting my mindset did not happen overnight, and it did not happen by myself. The acceleration team and leading educators trained my colleagues and myself throughout the majority of last year. As I mentioned earlier, rigor was a word that I threw around carelessly. I thought that maybe it was a bit of providing more challenging work, or maybe it was going above and beyond grade level standards. But really, rigor is just making sure that you are teaching students so they are able to develop a deep and authentic understanding of math, that they are able to apply it as well as explain it. They are able to talk about their own mathematics. So in doing that, I was able to understand the value of Bridges, our really rigorous curriculum. We are able to see, myself and my team, we are able to see how rigor is aligned 100% within this curriculum. Our students are getting that rigor. They are thriving with that rigor, and they are excelling with the rigor. I know that if we implement Bridges with fidelity and consistency in the future, the success of our students will know no bounds. Last year, I was able to make immediate improvements in my instruction. I went from modeling and solving many problems to picking 2 to 3 of the best examples of that mathematical concept and diving deep with my students. As a school in 3rd grade last year at Shakora, we had, this is a little embarrassing, and I have my stress ball. I used this when we were going over the data as well. We had 23% of our students meet or exceed South Carolina state expectations. That was as a grade level. As an individual teacher, my students, I had 37.5% of students meet or exceed. On my grade level, I was the only one who received this training. So if you do the math really quickly, that is about 15% of my students, more of my students, excelled and passed SC standards. That translates to, now that I'm giving my team all this information, I am the content expert. So I take all of that knowledge that I did with leading educators and with the acceleration team, and I am giving it to my team. We are collaborating with this in a 90-minute PLC. Thank you, acceleration teams, and Mr. Kennedy, thank you for giving us that extended day. It is really important and valuable in our collaboration. So when we're taking that time and we're collaborating, we are able to identify how we're using Bridges best. Are we filling in our student gaps? Are we looking at what our students need? Are we being equitable? We all know that they have gaps. So one of the things that we have in plan with other Shakora leads is identifying across grade levels where those gaps are coming from and what are we going to fix them? They cannot continue like this, we can't. So what are we going to do moving forward for our current students, for our future students? 3 years from now, we're not going to look at this data and see the same thing. We cannot look at this data and see the same thing, so we will not. Prior to this year, you probably would have been really astonished at the amount of time students spent in remediation for learning. It was always, we assumed and we did that filling in gaps for students simply meant giving them content on their level, making sure that we were teaching to the best of what they could do, not challenging them with grade level expectations. Bridges, our curriculum, does a great job giving us rigorous, challenging work on grade level, but it is our job with myself and my team to collaborate, to use that 90 minutes of PLC time to think about how can I use this lesson to best fill in my gaps? I'm going to use on grade level things, and I'm going to teach them previously unmastered things at the same time. So that intentionality will accelerate our students. Fun fact, until I completed the training with leading educators and kind of started working with the acceleration school team more, I never realized why we called it acceleration schools. Granted, I only joined a year and a half ago, but I didn't realize why it was called acceleration schools, nor did I really ponder it. But acceleration schools, we have to accelerate our learning. It's not just catching them up, it is accelerating. We have to make double the gains that our counterparts across the bridge make. That's a guarantee. And through this training in positions like mine, where I am hands-on, I'm working with my team, I am supporting them, we will get that done. Part of the joy of my position is the support that I'm able to give my team members. They have expressed to me that I have been immeasurably helpful. If our math coach at Shakora is busy or overloaded, my team comes to me. They come to me first. If I do not know, I go to my coach, we go to our admin, and then we can go to leading educators or the acceleration school team. With that hierarchy, there is a very clear and defined role of who can help who. My teachers feel supported. They feel that they are not alone because I'm teaching the same thing that I am leading them through content cycles with. We go through cycles where we look at data. We internalize specific lessons. We learn together. I give them all the knowledge that I got as well. So with that cycle, we are able to do a hands-on, super collaborative discussion about how we are going to take what we have and make it work for our kids, make it so they learn double what they are supposed to be learning. That in general has maximized student gains in an incredible amount. Because they feel so supported, they are excited to teach. They do not feel as overwhelmed as they would have. When they are overwhelmed, they come into school and they're not so excited. They're not so happy to be there. But now that they have that support, they are excited to be there. They are excited to teach with this hands-on curriculum. They do not mind spending extra time to prep for the extensive lessons. Their kids, that translates directly to student engagement. An excited teacher is going to have high student engagement, which fortunately for us translates directly to student learning. Excited kids learn from excited teachers. And in general, that is going to boost our scores. All in this is to say is that support equates success. My role is a supporter. I support my team, I learn with my team, and they support me as well. I'm empowered, my team is empowered, I am knowledgeable, my team is knowledgeable. I will excel, my team will excel, but most importantly, our students will undoubtedly excel. I am eager to see all the growth that my students will make this year, but I know it won't hold a candle to it when we look at it in 2025. What I neglected to mention was that exactly 1 year and a day after my hiring date, I began my journey as a math PLC leader. It has completely shifted my mindset, my pedagogy, everything I associated with math instruction. It has shifted it for the better. It wasn't necessarily poor before, but now it is what our students deserve. It is what they need. It is equitable. And because of that, I know that I will eventually forget the party hats we wore on the Zoom for the kickoff party on November 17th for the PLC lead party, but I know I won't forget how this has shaped my pedagogy. And my students and myself will continue to learn, to grow for the years to come. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Exceptional people. And I cannot fit the clothes I wore 27 years ago on my first day, so let's just move on. No, I'm proud of you. I'm Tanya McIntyre, and I have the pleasure of going over our goal guiding principle 3, which is community partnerships. The next 3 slides talk about community partnerships. And since you have those, I'm not going to dwell on it long, but I want to say, as Chairman Mack said earlier, we recognize that to achieve readiness, we cannot sustain it if we do not engage our families, our communities, and our parents. It is important as an acceleration school, but as a district as a whole, that we take the time to make sure that we're building upon the work of groups like Ms. Coker and the Department of Alternative Programs, who started with student outreach last year. And on the next slide, you'll see some of the strategies we're using in hopes of engaging our families and parents to do the work with us. We need to ensure that what happens from this point on, it becomes a us, not an I. We're going to make sure we do all we can to assure that our kids are ready and that the readiness promise is achieved in all of our schools, but especially our acceleration schools, because we can't do anything other than what's best for these kids. So I'm going to turn it back over to Jackie Haynes as she wraps us up. Thank you all.
So if we can advance the slides, I know time has been well spent. And the next slide, I want to make sure that I mentioned that we do have district support and all of our divisions are working with us. Just for example, with assessment and accountability, Ms. Roberts has worked with us to ensure that we have those interim assessments. HR has worked with us, Bill Brigman, to ensure that we have opportunities to reach out to the best teachers and best leaders. And the last slide as we move forward, those are pictures of our team members, Kaylee Jones, who is with us, as well as Tanya McIntyre on our next slide, and then Michael Carey as well. And I would like to say thank you. I strongly feel that we have measures in place to ensure student growth, and thank you for this opportunity to share.
Thank you all so much. We really appreciate all of your reports today.
The only thing I will add is that I hope you can understand we have a lot going on in the acceleration schools and trying to figure out how to do that succinctly and make sure we're explaining it all. We would love to do a board workshop, which I know we did for the previous board. So please know that if that's an option for this team, we're open to that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And board members, just to be mindful of the public, we are running over for the special called meeting. We can take some questions, but also we can get these emailed to Ms. Belcher and Ms. Haynes.
Let's do the email.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, moving along. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Herderick. The next item is 5A, audit and finance information. Mr. Kennedy or Ms. Green?
We haven't met, our meeting is tomorrow based on the holiday, so what you see there is what we will discuss tomorrow. And then we'll obviously be able to discuss it at the board meeting.
Sounds good. Okay, the next item is 5B, policy BE. Dr. Friend?
Yeah, so as policy liaison, I and a few other board members are bringing forward a shift in our policy BE, because what we have right now is a temporary policy for public comments called policy BEDH. And so this was an attempt to formalize this and make this more part of our permanent policy going forward, and also to determine how we want to incorporate electronic public comments going forward. That's shown as an addendum in case any board members missed that. The main differences is that it's described as public participation in meetings, what's expected of the public, what's expected of us, and then anything specific to public comments in board meetings, and then also to public hearings, that's listed as well, but that hasn't changed. And let me make sure I get this right. So the electronic comments, we are looking at changing that a little bit so that we are going to focus on receiving them, and then doing something like what Ms. Waters did at the end of her presentation, which was to summarize what people spoke of, what people wrote in about, and sort of what the for and against was, and as opposed to reading them aloud. So that's what's proposed here. The other and the other thing I just wanted to mention about that is that right now we have two options for people to submit electronic comments. And that is, one is an email and one is a form that requires you to fill in your name. And we thought there has been some conversation that it might be better to require people to include their name, information about how they're related to CCSD, like a community member, parent, staff, just so that we understand the people who are reaching out to this have some investment in it. And I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Is this first reading?
So,
Or can it be
well, this
implemented
is a
immediately?
CAL. This is a CAL, so it's it would have to go to the board for first reading, correct?
Yes. Is it on the agenda?
Not for tonight.
Right, so we have a motion.
So can I make a friendly amendment? That we move to approve, but also suspend so that when the requirement for 2 readings, so that when it is on the board agenda, it can be implemented immediately.
I don't have an issue
Are
with
you
that.
good with that?
I'm good with that. So the motion is to approve the revisions and to suspend the policy that requires us to have 2 meetings. So you just need the 1 read. All right, so we have a motion. Do you have a second? Sorry.
Second.
Go ahead, Kristen.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure in your motion, Ms. Waters, did you intend to include the electric public comment addendum to that? Is, okay.
There's a second.
Yep. And make sure that it includes the electronic. Where is the electronic addendum?
So it's
Oh,
in
I
the
see it. I
packet.
see it.
Yes,
I got it.
it's
Never
pretty
mind.
short.
So may I ask a question? Can that be incorporated into BE or does it need to remain as an addendum?
I can incorporate it into ED in the public comment section if that's what people want.
If we're going to
If that's
approve
what-
it, might as well have it
Yeah.
in the same.
I think I
place.
would want it to be in the same thing. So I just, yeah, that's a good point to clarify. It will be added in the same section with the other edits. Are there any other questions? Hearing none, let's vote. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's been second.
Yep.
Yes, it has. It
Mhm.
has.
I vote A.
I think Ms. Coker's on Zoom now,
Oh,
so
okay.
she voted aye. All right, so that motion passes. Anything else, Dr. French?
That is the only item that I have to, for the cow.
Okay. Okay, so next, under other business, there's no legislative update for today, because I think they're correct. No, there's not. Okay, because they're enjoying their summer. The next item is item 6B. We need to determine the agenda items moving to potential consent. And based on my notes, it would be item 3B and item 5B. Is that, somebody correct me if that is not correct. Okay, so can I have a motion to move item 3B and 5B to the consent agenda for the September 27th, 2021 meeting?
So moved.
All right, so can I have a second? All right, so I have a motion from Dr. Frazier and a second from Ms. Roderick. Can you please vote?
Yes.
Ms. Coakley is the yes vote. Oh, sorry. Ms. Green? Got it? Okay, that motion changes, that motion passes. All right, next item, upcoming meetings. We have a special call meeting immediately following this meeting. Reverend Mack will let us know what little time we have to go and run to the bathroom. And then we have a board meeting on September 27th, and then our October committee of the whole is on October 11th. Do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Okay, meeting adjourned.
Okay, we will begin our special call meeting at 3:55.
Frazier. Here you go. Dr.
Okay, we will now call our September 13, 2021 Board of Trustees special call meeting to order. Entertain a motion for the adoption of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Properly moved and second. Are there any questions? Hearing none. We have to please, okay.
Voice vote?
Christian, will do a voice vote. Christian, how do you vote?
Aye.
I'm sorry, Dr. French, I should say. Ms. Green?
Aye.
Ms. Hedrick? Ms. Coates?
Aye.
Ms. Darby?
Aye.
Ms. Coakley?
Aye.
And I vote aye. That motion carries. Dr. French and Ms. Waters is not present. We'll entertain a motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
We'll now go into executive session. Those of you that are not a part of executive session, we ask that you please excuse yourself at this time.
We approve the agenda. Cindy made the motion, I second.
All right, we will now return back into open session. Hang on a second here. All right, item 4A, is there a motion?
Move to approve. Second.
Properly moved in second. Are there any questions? Properly moved by Ms. Darby, second by Ms. Coates. Are there any questions?
No, just move to approve.
Move to approve.
The tuition will be waived because they're coming from Colleton County.
Ms. Coakley, how do you vote? Is she still
Oh, she's still there? Yeah.
on? Huh? Thank you. She's not on, okay. Okay. Just let the record reflect, Ms. Coakley is not present. Dr. Franklin.
I'm sorry.
7:15, Lord have mercy. Okay, that motion passes. Item 4B,
Move to approve.
Second. Second.
moved by Ms. Coates, second by Ms. Green and Ms. Darby. So Judah, you can pick your choice on that one. Are there any questions? Hearing none, we ask that you please cast your vote. That motion passes. Item 4C, homeschool application.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Darby, second by Ms. Coates and Dr. Frazier. Are there any questions?
See.
Hearing none, we ask that you please cast your vote. That item passes. Item 4D, superintendent evaluation.
Mr. Chairman, after reviewing Dr. Postlewaite's report on the district progress summary presented to the board and considering the board members' comments regarding Dr. Postlewaite's performance, I move that we conclude as a board that Dr. Postlewaite receive an overall good evaluation for the 2021 school year.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Darby, second by Ms. Coates. Are there any questions? Hearing none, we ask that you please cast your vote. The motion passes. Item 4E.
Move to approve and reinstate policy ADD face coverings on second reading with enforcement to be achieved without any funds appropriated or authorized by the General Assembly's 2021-2022 Appropriations Act through October 15th, 2021.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Waters, second by Ms. Darby. Are there any questions?
Reverend Mack, I have a question.
Ms. Coates.
Ms. Reese, are we comfortable with that language that's in there? In policy ADD about optionals for virtual learning?
Okay, we asked, I'm sorry, Dr. French.
I just wanted to make it clear that this would, so Dr. Postlewaite, this would be implemented a week from today, correct?
The full implementation would go into effect a week from today. We would request compliance tomorrow, but full implementation
So
would
I'll
go.
have an official statement in
Wait for
reference to
today.
after the motion passes.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay, okay. I just wanted to make sure people understood that it is a little bit more complicated because of the funding issues.
Right, and Reverend Mack will have the statement. I have a question, Reverend Mack, if I
Yes.
may. This refers to CDC spread rates in the community. And I wonder if there's a reason why we wouldn't use DHEC.
Well, what I have been using, I have been following that guidance because we're also thinking about what the federal government's trying to implement as well, but they have basically created these 4 categories: moderate, low, moderate, substantial, or high. And so for all federal employees, anytime it's substantial or high transmission rates, federal employees have to wear masks in the federal buildings, for instance. So I thought it made sense to go along with that. If you are, nobody had brought up a question about it, are you suggesting that we should only use the DHEC and wait until we're in the low category? Because that has 3.
I just wondered the differences among the categories or what the percentage is.
There are some differences on the percentages about the incidence rates, not the percentages, but incidence rates. So for instance, I think both low and medium in the CDC category would be below 100 per 100K.
So, Ms. Green?
I didn't catch that, but I would think we would want to follow DHEC's
Right.
guidelines because
I agree.
we are a state entity and we're not federal. And, you know, if we aren't saying DHEC/CDC, I would think that we would want to follow DHEC.
Right.
I'm sorry, I just didn't even catch that.
Right, I agree. Ms. Coates?
And I think it may be more beneficial to do so because then we can use the DHEC language because there's incidence, trend. In that way, we wouldn't get into a situation where the superintendent's report doesn't match what the policy says because our superintendent's reports are incident rates, trend rates, and percent positive rates.
Okay. All right, so do we want to modify that to the CDC/DHEC?
And do we want to include what rates have to be high or substantial?
Well,
or-
first of all, I can't make that suggestion because I didn't make the motion.
Right.
So who made the motion?
I made the motion.
Motion was made by Julie. Who made the motion?
May I suggest a friendly amendment then?
Yeah, just one
Yes.
second, Dr. French. Let me get some clarification on something first.
Okay.
The motion was made by Ms. Waters and second by Ms. Darby. So
Right. It's in the policy itself.
Mhm.
So that's actually not a friendly amendment. That's a
I'm sorry?
friendly, like, because it's not to the motion, it's to the policy. But she can add it in
right. So Dr. Postlewaite, you're asking that DHEC be added, correct?
I'm asking that I'm suggesting it's easier for everyone to follow it if DHEC replaces CDC.
Okay,
Simply because that's the coin of the realm.
got it.
And can you remind me, what are the 3 categories for DHEC? Is it low, moderate, and high?
Yes, ma'am.
So let me just float this real quick before I ask Julie to write it down. So we would change transmission rates in Charleston County are rated instead of substantial or high by the CDC, we would say are rated moderate or high by DHEC.
If that's what the board is
Would that work?
aiming
Would
for.
that work for you?
So I guess I'm trying to get a distinction between what the motion now needs to say. Because what it can just say is motion to approve and reinstate policy ABD with updates. And then you all can handle that over there. Yep, that would be good.
Would that be sufficient, Ms. Reese? Okay,
Okay, can we just say with update? Okay, with Kristen knows what those are.
I think the objection is that there's this language specifically about the CDC in the policy change we are voting on right now.
I don't think we're
You're gonna-
confused about that.
you're
We're
gonna
just-
change it.
Right, you're gonna change it. We're saying in the motion with.
Oh, you're just
updated
gonna say
language.
with modifications?
Yep.
Gotcha.
And you
All
and
right.
Mercedes are gonna work that out.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, we agree.
all right.
Yep.
Thank you.
Are we clear on the motion? All right, who are we waiting on, Julie?
Joseph put it
And
up.
motion.
Does it feel like I'm trying to get out of it? All right, let's read it first.
All right.
Motion-
Mhm.
Okay, Ms. Coakley. Ms. Coakley, you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, we're on policy, we're on item number 4E, which is policy ADD, face covering, second reading. Are you?
I'm right here. I don't think I'm matriculated on my screen. I apologize.
Okay, you said, did you hear the motion?
Yes, I'm reading it right now. Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you cast your vote, Ms. Coakley?
I apologize.
All right. Okay, that motion passes. Now let me just read an official statement in reference to that motion. The CCSD Board of Trustees has mandated and will now enforce the wearing of face masks in all CCSD schools and buildings. This mandate and enforcement is for all persons on district property or on district transportation. It is our intent to enforce this policy without using funds appropriated by the 2021-2022 General Operation Act, which in our opinion will keep us in compliance with State Budget Proviso 1.108. The mandate compliance will commence on September 20th, 2021, and at this time concluded on October 15, 2021. Accordingly, the board will affirm the conclusion date before October 15th and reserves the opportunity to make changes depending on the COVID-19 transmission rate in our school communities. It remains our collective opinion that wearing face masks in school is an essential health and safety measure. Just that simple act of each of us will help prevent severe illness or death from COVID and reduce the number of students who are forced to quarantine. The board hopes that the COVID transmission rate will diminish between now and October 15th. It is our hope that everyone complies with the mask requirement for the greater good of all. We will plan to come before you again later this week with additional details. Thank you. We'll now move on to item 4F.
I have a motion, like to ask board officers to meet with Cindy Von Coates next week to discuss issues related to policy BCC. Second.
Properly moving second. Are there any questions? Hearing none, we ask that you please cast your vote.
Aye.
Ms. Coakley, vote aye. Okay, that motion passes. Item 5A,
Move to approve.
Second.
moved by Ms. Coates, second by Dr. French. Are there any questions? Hearing none, we ask that you please cast your vote.
Aye.
Ms. Coakley, how do you vote?
I said aye. I apologize.
Okay, that motion passes. Item 6A, entertain a motion for adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
Probably moving second. This meeting now officially adjourned. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Good luck.